Go ahead and get comfortable. Settle in, pull whatever you have over yourself, turn the lights down low. Because for the next 4 hours, we're going to do something that nobody has ever really done properly. We're going to take the longest running animated series in American television history and follow every dark, unresolved, quietly devastating thread it ever left dangling. Not the obvious ones, not the ones the internet has already chewed to pieces. We're going deeper than that. We're going into the corners and the margins and the background details that most people walk right past. We're going to find the mysteries that the show buried in season 6 and never looked at again. We're going to find the characters who appeared once and were never explained. We're going to find the storylines that the writers introduced and then, very deliberately, never finished. And we're going to talk about all of it in the quietest, slowest, most comfortable way possible. Because the best way to understand Springfield isn't to analyze it in the harsh light of a monitor. It's to let it wash over you in the dark, the way the best stories always do, when your guard is down and your mind is soft and the world outside has gone very, very quiet. So, let's begin. Section 1. The Town That Time Forgot. Springfield's Impossible Geography. There is a question that has been sitting at the center of The Simpsons for 36 years, and it is so fundamental, so basic, so entirely obvious that the show has been able to hide it in plain sight for the entire duration of its run. The question is this: where exactly is Springfield? Not which state. That's a simpler version of the question, and people have been asking that version for decades. Matt Groening himself addressed it in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine, saying that he named the town after Springfield, Oregon, a place near where he grew up. He said the name appealed to him because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America, and using it meant that every viewer in the country could project their own hometown onto the show's setting. For approximately 48 hours, this felt like a satisfying answer. And then the show's writers continued producing episodes that place Springfield in geographic context entirely inconsistent with Oregon, and the mystery quietly resumed where it had left off. But the deeper question, the one that the Oregon Confession never even touched, is not about state lines. It's about something stranger and more disorienting than any simple matter of geography. The deeper question is, how does Springfield exist in the physical form that it does? What kind of place has ocean access and mountain ranges and desert terrain and dense forest and Midwestern farmland and a harbor and a gorge and an active volcano all within what appears to be a short drive from the center of town? What kind of American community has all of that geography packed into a single radius? The answer, of course, is that no such place exists. No American town has that combination of features. You could construct a map of Springfield using only canonical titles from the show's 36 seasons, and what you would end up with is something that looks less like a real American city and more like a dreamscape. A place assembled from fragments of everywhere without ever committing fully to anywhere. And that's exactly what makes it so interesting to sit with in the quiet of an evening like this one. Let's start with what we actually know, the physical details that the show has given us across hundreds of episodes. Springfield has a nuclear power plant visible from much of the town with cooling towers that dominate the skyline and serve as a kind of permanent landmark. It has an elementary school and a high school and a community college. It has a hospital, actually more than one across different episodes. It has a harbor, referenced consistently enough that it qualifies as canonical. It has a gorge, Springfield Gorge, made famous in the episode where Homer attempts to jump it on a skateboard. It has a mountain range accessible enough that characters drive to it regularly for camping and skiing. It has a forest dense enough to get lost in, where bears have been spotted, and Homer once encountered what he believed was an alien. It has a coastline with access to the ocean, though the ocean in question shifts between episodes with no apparent logic. It has a desert region. It has agricultural land. It has the kind of industrial sprawl you associate with the Rust Belt, and the kind of suburban neighborhood you associate with the Sun Belt, and the kind of tight-knit downtown you associate with small New England towns. No single location on the American map contains all these things within driving distance. Yet Springfield contains all of them, and no one in the show ever comments on how strange this is. And the residents navigate between these wildly different environments as casually as you or I might drive to the grocery store. The show has given us a series of clues about Springfield's location across its run, and what is remarkable about these clues is not that they point in different directions. It's that they seem specifically designed to point in different directions. The clues aren't insufficient. They're deliberately contradictory, as if someone went through the show's history and carefully ensured that for every piece of evidence pointing north, there was an equal and opposite piece of evidence pointing south. Springfield borders Ohio in one episode. Springfield borders Nevada in another. Lisa's area code is consistent with Missouri. A throwaway gag places the town near the Canadian border. A different throwaway gag places it near Mexico. In the episode Behind the Laughter, the show's 12th season mockumentary, Springfield's location is identified as Northern Kentucky in the original broadcast and then changed to a different state entirely in syndicated reruns. The answer literally depends on when and where you watched it. The show gave you a location and then took it back. There have been serious efforts to triangulate Springfield's position using only canonical evidence from the show, and these efforts are fascinating to read because they are so careful and so thorough, and they arrive at such wildly different conclusions. One researcher, working only from climate data visible in episodes, placed Springfield somewhere in the mid-Atlantic region. Another researcher, working from the town's visible flora and fauna, concluded it had to be somewhere in the upper South. A third, working from architectural styles and the general economic profile of the community, placed it firmly in the Midwest. They were all working from real evidence. They were all arriving at genuine conclusions. And they were all wrong in the sense that Springfield cannot be located because Springfield was never meant to be located. Here is something worth thinking about on a quiet night. The show's deliberate geographic ambiguity is not a limitation of the writer's imagination or laziness about continuity. It is one of the show's most sophisticated and sustained creative choices. A Springfield that exists in a specific state would be a Springfield that could be compared to the real thing. A Springfield that exists everywhere cannot be compared to anything because it is not trying to be a real place. It is trying to be the idea of a place, the impression of an American town, assembled from every version of American domesticity that any viewer from any region might recognize. This is the surface explanation. And it is true as far as it goes, but there is a version of this observation that goes somewhere darker, and it takes a little longer to get there, and it is worth sitting with on a night like this. Consider the implications of what Springfield's geography actually is when you map it out honestly. You have a community that is simultaneously coastal and landlocked, simultaneously tropical and subarctic, simultaneously rural and urban, simultaneously Rust Belt and Sun Belt. You have a town that occupies no consistent position on the American map, and yet is instantly recognizable as America. What kind of place does that description actually fit? What kind of location has no fixed geography and yet feels like home to millions of people who have never been there? The answer is not a real place. The answer is a memory. Springfield feels like America because it is made from the memory of America, not from the actual physical reality of any one American town, but from the accumulated impressions of American domesticity that viewers carry with them, the main street they walked down as a child, The gorge near the highway they used to drive past on family trips, the industrial skyline of the city their parents commuted to, the forest behind the subdivision where they grew up. Springfield is assembled from all of those fragments, and none of them specifically, which is why it triggers recognition. In viewers who grew up in Michigan, and viewers who grew up in Florida, and viewers who grew up in Oregon, and viewers who grew up in places that bear no physical resemblance to each other at all. Now, take that observation and hold it next to the coma theory, which we touched on in the introduction to this project. If Homer Simpson has been unconscious since April 1993, lying in a hospital bed at Springfield General with the television playing softly in the background and the world going on outside his window, then the Springfield of every episode since that date is not a real place. It is a dream location. It is a geography assembled by a damaged brain from the fragments of every place Homer ever experienced. The mountains from a camping trip, the ocean from a family vacation, the desert from a movie he watched, the gorge from a drive he took once and half remembered. Homer's unconscious mind didn't need a consistent geography. It needed a feeling. It needed the feeling of home. And so it built one from everything it had. Layered and contradictory and impossible in its specifics, but immediately recognizable in its emotional register. That is not a cartoon convenience. That is the logic of dreaming. And even if you set the coma theory aside entirely, Springfield's geography points towards something else worth thinking about. Something about the relationship between American identity and place. The show has spent 36 years depicting a community that has no fixed location on the American map, and in doing so, it has created something that every American can claim as their own. Springfield is not set in any state because the moment it was set in a specific state, it would stop being universal. It would become particular. It would belong to that state's residents in a way it couldn't belong to everyone else. The show made Springfield everywhere specifically so it could belong to everyone. And the corollary of that decision is that Springfield doesn't really belong anywhere, which is something that nobody in Springfield ever notices, but which sits underneath every episode like a fault line. You cannot find Springfield on a map. You cannot visit it. You cannot locate the nuclear power plant or the elementary school or the gorge on any real piece of American geography. And yet you know exactly where Springfield is. You could draw a map of it from memory. You could walk from the Simpson house to Moe's Tavern to Springfield Elementary without a wrong turn. The town is more familiar than most real places, and it exists nowhere. That is one of the strangest things about The Simpsons, and one of the things that gets talked about least, probably because it is so thoroughly baked into the experience of watching the show that most people have stopped noticing it. Springfield's impossibility is its most honest quality. It is the one thing about the show that is completely true. There is also the matter of Springfield's internal geography, the way the town's layout shifts and warps across episodes in ways that have nothing to do with any attempt at realism. The Simpson house at 742 Evergreen Terrace is a fixed point, one of the few things about the show's setting that has remained genuinely stable. But the house's relationship to the rest of Springfield changes constantly. In some episodes, Moe's Tavern is a short walk away. In others, it requires a drive. The nuclear power plant is sometimes visible from the backyard and sometimes apparently across town. The elementary school is close enough for Bart to walk, but also sometimes close enough to see from the kitchen window, and also sometimes apparently far enough that a bus ride is required. The physical relationships between Springfield's landmarks are not consistent because Springfield's geography is not governed by physical laws. It is governed by narrative necessity. The distance between two locations in Springfield is whatever distance the episode requires. This sounds like a criticism, a complaint about inconsistent world building, and people have registered it as such for decades. But it is more interesting than that. Springfield's elastic geography is telling you something. It is telling you that Springfield does not operate on the same rules as the world outside the television screen. The town's physical space bends to accommodate the story being told. The way space bends in dreams. The way memory compresses distance, the way the places from our childhoods feel simultaneously intimate and enormous, depending on which version of ourselves is remembering them. Springfield is geographically impossible because Springfield is not a real place. It is a story place, and story places operate by story logic, not by the logic of maps and compass bearings. The single most significant geographic mystery in the show's history, the one that has generated the most serious discussion among fans who care about these things, is not the state question at all. It is the question of what Springfield is built on. Every version of Springfield that the show has depicted over 36 years is sitting on ground that was something before Springfield existed. There is history buried under those streets, and that history, in the very few episodes where the show has touched it, is not comfortable. Springfield was apparently founded by Jebediah Springfield, a figure whose history the show complicates considerably in the Season 2 episode The Telltale Head. Jebediah Springfield's statue stands in the town square. His legacy is celebrated. He is the symbolic founder of the community. He is also, according to evidence uncovered in that same episode, a fraud. The real Jebediah Springfield was Hans Sprungfeld, a murderous outlaw whose actual history had nothing in common with the heroic founding narrative the town had constructed around his memory. The show reveals this and then proceeds to have the community decide that the truth is less important than the story. Springfield's founding myth is built on a lie. The town chose the lie deliberately, collectively, and has maintained it ever since. This is the pattern. This is what Springfield does with uncomfortable truths. It buries them under something more convenient, and then builds the community's identity on top of the burial site. The geography of Springfield is the physical expression of this tendency. The town has no fixed location because having a fixed location would mean having a fixed history, and a fixed history would require acknowledging what happened in that specific place to specific people at specific times. The floating geography is the floating history. Springfield can't be located because Springfield can't be held accountable. You cannot summon a town to answer for what it has done if the town has no verifiable address. Before we leave Springfield's geography behind and move on to something that goes even deeper into the show's mysteries, there is one more detail worth resting on for a moment. One more piece of geographic evidence that tends to get overlooked because it is so small and so easy to dismiss as a throwaway joke, but which, if you hold it up to the light, reveals something genuinely strange. The episode where Springfield's location is most directly and specifically addressed is Behind the Laughter, the mockumentary from Season 12. And what is notable about that episode is not just that it gives Springfield a location and then changes that location in syndicated reruns. What is notable is the episode's conceit itself. Behind the Laughter is a fake documentary about the Simpson family, presented as if the characters are real people who were cast in a television show called The Simpsons. The episode frames the entire run of the series as a performance, as something that happened to a real family and was televised for entertainment. The characters in that episode are not Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa. They are people playing Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa, and they have an address and a location and a real history that exists behind the television version. The episode is a joke. It is clearly designed as a piece of self-referential comedy, but it opens a door that the show never fully closes. Because if Springfield is in a specific place in the Behind the Laughter universe, and if that universe is the one where the characters have a real location and a real history, then the Springfield of every other episode, the one with no fixed address and no consistent geography, is the fiction. It is the television version. It is the performance. Springfield has two versions. The real one, which has a fixed location and a knowable history, and the show version, which floats between states and cannot be mapped. Most of the time, we are watching the show version. Behind the Laughter briefly showed us that a real version exists somewhere underneath. And then the show went back to floating, and the real Springfield, the one with the actual address and the actual history, went back to wherever it had been hiding. Wherever that is, it is not on any map we have access to, which is, when you think about it, exactly how Springfield wants things. If you're enjoying this, drop a comment below telling us your time zone and what time it is where you are right now. There's something quietly wonderful about knowing that people all over the world are listening to this in the dark at the same moment. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now is a good time. More of this is coming, and you don't want to miss it. Now let's keep going. Section 2. The Springfield Underworld. Organized crime, Fat Tony, and what the show never resolved. There is a character who appears in over 30 episodes of The Simpsons, who has personal relationships with multiple members of the main cast, who runs what is clearly a sophisticated and deeply entrenched criminal organization operating openly within Springfield's city limits, and whose storylines are some of the darkest and most narratively rich threads the show ever pursued. And almost none of those storylines have ever been resolved. The character is Fat Tony D'Amico, and the story of what he represents within the universe of Springfield is one of the show's most deliberately buried mysteries. Fat Tony first appears in the Season 3 episode Bart the Murderer, in which Bart stumbles into the mob and ends up working as a junior employee at the Legitimate Businessman Social Club, one of several businesses that serve throughout the show as fronts for organized criminal activity. The episode is played primarily as comedy. Bart is 11 years old, and he finds himself making coffee for men with Italian names who speak in specific cadences and wear specific kinds of suits. The joke is that the mob is charmed by him. The mob adopts him. Fat Tony develops something that functions, within the compressed emotional logic of a cartoon episode, as genuine affection for a child who wandered into his office by accident. And then the episode ends. Bart returns to being Bart. Fat Tony returns to the margins of Springfield. And the show moves on, but Fat Tony doesn't disappear. He comes back. He comes back in Season 4 and Season 5 and Season 6 and beyond, appearing in episodes that range from the comedic to the genuinely sinister. And what his repeated appearances establish, if you track them collectively, is something that the show never says directly, but which is impossible to ignore once you start looking. Springfield's criminal underworld is not a peripheral institution. It is one of the town's primary power structures, operating in parallel with Burns's corporate empire and Quimby's political machine, and touching, in various ways, almost every major social institution in town. Let's stay with that observation for a moment, because it deserves more attention than it usually gets. When we talk about power in Springfield, we tend to talk about two nodes. We talk about Mr. Burns, the industrial billionaire who owns the power plant and whose influence extends into municipal politics, the media, and the medical establishment. And we talk about Mayor Quimby, the Kennedy-adjacent politician who is openly corrupt, serially unfaithful, and transparently self-interested, but who nevertheless serves as the town's nominal Democratic representative. These are the two power centers that most analysis of Springfield focuses on. But Fat Tony represents a third power center, one that operates outside the legal framework entirely, one that is immune to electoral accountability and corporate competition alike, and one whose relationship to the other two is never fully explored, but is clearly significant. In the episode Mayorette to the Mob, it is established that Fat Tony's organization has financial arrangements with Mayor Quimby's administration. This is depicted as mutual and comfortable. Quimby is not being extorted. He is a business partner. The mob and the municipal government of Springfield have arrived at some arrangement that suits both parties. And the nature of that arrangement is something the show gestures toward repeatedly without ever fully articulating. What does the mob provide to the Quimby administration? What does the Quimby administration provide to the mob? The show implies that the answer involves city contracts, certain exemptions from police attention, and probably other things that the show's format prevents it from being explicit about. But the implication is clear. Springfield's government and Springfield's organized crime establishment have merged, at least partially, into a single institution that serves the interests of both. And then there's the question of Fat Tony's relationship with the Springfield Police Department. Chief Clancy Wiggum is the show's most sustained depiction of institutional failure in law enforcement. He is lazy, corrupt, self-interested, and almost heroically incompetent at the basic functions of his job. His department regularly fails to respond to emergencies, routinely ignores evidence, and has an arrest record that suggests more interest in petty violations and personal grievances than in anything resembling public safety. This is played for comedy throughout the show's run, and it is very funny, but underneath the comedy is something that, if you follow the logic carefully, points towards something quite dark. Wiggum and Fat Tony have a relationship. It is established across multiple episodes. They interact with each other in ways that suggest familiarity and some degree of mutual accommodation. Wiggum is not investigating Fat Tony. Wiggum is not pursuing the legitimate businessman's social club or its various satellite operations. In a town where organized crime is operating openly enough that a child can accidentally walk into it, where everyone in the community apparently knows who Fat Tony is and what he does, the Springfield Police Department is not building a case. It is not collecting evidence. It is actively not looking in the direction of organized crime, in the very specific and effortful way that law enforcement agencies look away from things when looking at those things would be professionally inconvenient. This is not something the show ever states directly. It is something the show assembles through accumulation, through the consistency with which Wiggum and Tony interact without any sense of professional tension, through the absence of any serious law enforcement attention to the mob's operations across 36 seasons and hundreds of episodes, through the occasional moment where the show lets you see just briefly the shape of the arrangement and then pivots to something funnier before you can examine it too closely. The mob runs Springfield. Not completely, not in a way that eliminates the other power centers, but significantly. The mob is part of the town's operating system. It is one of the institutions that Springfield depends on and accommodates and pretends not to notice. The same way it pretends not to notice the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the principal who isn't who he says he is. Now let's talk about the Fat Tony storyline that the show pursued most seriously and then left most completely unresolved. In the season 12 episode The Twisted World of Marge Simpson, the mob becomes directly involved in the Simpson family's economic life. Marge has started a pretzel franchise, and the franchise is initially struggling. Fat Tony's organization essentially muscles in, provides distribution, generates revenue, and suddenly the pretzel business is thriving. The episode plays this as comedy and then escalates to a climactic standoff between the mob and a rival Japanese crime organization that has allied with Marge's competitor. The standoff ends in chaos, the episode ends, and Marge's subsequent episodes proceed as if none of this happened. But think about what was established. Marge Simpson did business with organized crime. Her business was successful because organized crime made it successful. Her revenue stream, however briefly, flowed through criminal infrastructure. And then that fact was simply discarded, never mentioned again, never examined from the perspective of what it means that the Simpsons family's financial history includes a period where they were at least tangentially connected to criminal enterprise. The show does this repeatedly with Fat Tony. It establishes connections and then severs them. It creates entanglements and then pretends they never happened. It uses the mob as a story engine when the episode requires it, and then parks the mob back in its corner until the next time something needs to go dark and funny simultaneously. What gets lost in this pattern is the coherent picture of Springfield's criminal ecology that would emerge if you followed the threads instead of cutting them. If you mapped every Fat Tony appearance, every connection to a Simpsons family member, every interaction with municipal government, every accommodation from law enforcement, every business front in criminal enterprise, what you would have is a picture of a town in which organized crime is not a peripheral aberration but a structural feature, as foundational to Springfield's economy and social order as the power plant or the school system or the government. And here's the detail that makes this genuinely unsettling rather than simply interesting. The mob in Springfield is not portrayed as foreign or threatening or other. It is local. It is domestic. Fat Tony is a Springfield institution, the way Moe's Tavern is a Springfield institution, or the way the elementary school is a Springfield institution. He is embedded in the community in a way that makes the moral categories we apply to organized crime in the real world feel somehow inapplicable. He is not invading Springfield from outside. He is part of Springfield. He emerged from Springfield. His organization is staffed by Springfield residents, and its activities take place within Springfield, and whatever arrangements sustain its operation were made by and between Springfield people. The mob is not something that happened to Springfield. The mob is something Springfield grew. There is an episode in which it is suggested, very briefly, that Fat Tony's organization has interests in the Springfield school system. This is in keeping with patterns of organized crime activity in real American cities, where mob influence in school cafeteria supply contracts and maintenance contracts and construction contracts has been well documented. The show introduces this idea and drops it almost immediately. But even in its brief mention, it touches something genuinely disturbing. If the mob has economic interest in the school, then the school's budget, the school's resources, the quality of what Springfield's children are being taught is partially controlled by an organization with no interest in educational outcomes. The mob is not investing in the school because it wants children to learn. The mob is investing in the school because the school is a revenue stream, and every dollar that flows from the school's budget into mob coffers is a dollar that is not being spent on books or teachers or the kind of resources that might give Springfield's children a path out of Springfield. This is the deepest and darkest thread in the Fat Tony storyline, and it is one that the show has never pulled. The mob's presence in Springfield is not just a source of criminal danger for adults who get too close to it. It is a structural suppression of social mobility for the town's children. It is one of the mechanisms by which Springfield stays. Springfield, by which the next generation is prepared for the same limited futures that constrained their parents, by which the loop is maintained and tightened with each passing year. We should also spend some time with Fat Tony as a character, not just as a structural element in Springfield's power dynamics. Because Fat Tony is, in the limited screen time the show gives him, a more genuinely complex figure than he first appears. He is not stupid. This is important. Springfield is populated with spectacular stupidity. Homer's IQ has been clinically assessed. Wiggum is legendarily incompetent. Even characters who are supposed to be intelligent, like Quimby's political operatives or the power plant's management, demonstrate consistent failures of basic reasoning. Fat Tony does not. Fat Tony is consistently depicted as intelligent, perceptive, and strategically capable. He reads situations quickly and accurately. He makes decisions that reflect genuine cost-benefit analysis. He manages relationships with multiple parties whose interests conflict with each other, maintaining those relationships simultaneously without being destroyed by the conflicts between them. He is, by the standards of Springfield's general cognitive landscape, extraordinarily competent. He is also capable of something approaching genuine human connection, or at least the show depicts him as capable of this in certain moments. His affection for Bart in that first episode is not entirely comedic. There is something in it that the show does not entirely undermine with a joke. Fat Tony, in his brief moments of genuine characterization rather than functional comedy, is a man who understands loyalty and values it, who distinguishes between people who are in his world and people who are genuinely innocent, and who maintains something like a code in a town where codes are generally treated as obstacles rather than principles. This makes him interesting. It also makes his role in Springfield's criminal ecology more interesting, because a stupid mob boss is just a hazard. A smart mob boss with genuine values and genuine relationships within the community is something more complicated. He is part of the community. He is invested in it. His interests and the community's interests overlap in ways that simple villain narratives don't account for. The show never fully develops this complexity, but it gestures toward it enough that you can see the shape of what it might have been if the show had followed it through. There is one final piece of the Fat Tony mystery that deserves attention, and it is the piece that connects the criminal underworld to the larger questions about Springfield's geography and history. In the few episodes that have touched on Springfield's founding, the mob has appeared in the background of that history. The suggestion, made with enough obliqueness that it is easy to miss, is that organized criminal activity in Springfield is not a modern development. It has roots in the town's early history. The criminal infrastructure that Fat Tony operates is not something that arrived in Springfield from outside. It is something that grew alongside the town, that was part of its development from an early stage, that is woven into the town's economic and social fabric at a level that predates living memory. If this is true, if organized crime is genuinely foundational to Springfield rather than parasitic on it, then the town's collective amnesia about the mob is not surprising. It is consistent with every other form of institutional amnesia the show depicts. Springfield forgets the dome. Springfield forgets the catastrophes. Springfield forgets the true history of its founder. And Springfield forgets the mob. Not because the mob is invisible, but because remembering the mob would require acknowledging that Springfield was built on foundations that most of its residents would prefer not to examine. The gorge is beautiful. The mountain is peaceful. The harbor is picturesque. And underneath all of it, going back to whenever this town actually started, someone has been making sure the books balance in ways that the legitimate economy alone cannot explain. The show never says this directly, but Fat Tony's presence in Springfield across 30 episodes and 36 seasons is the show's way of pointing at the shadow without naming it. Section 3, The Mystery of Sideshow Bob. A mind too large for its container. Let's talk about Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., known to Springfield and to most of the world as Sideshow Bob. Because Sideshow Bob is, in the entire history of The Simpsons, the character whose existence raises the most questions that the show never fully answers. Not questions about what he has done, the attempted murders are well documented, but questions about what he is. What kind of person he actually is underneath the opera and the Shakespearean monologues and the rakes and the relentless decades-long fixation on an 11-year-old boy. Sideshow Bob began as a supporting character in Krusty the Clown's television program. He was the silent sidekick, the stooge, the butt of physical comedy that he endured with increasing dignity and increasing visible contempt. He was, even in that initial role, clearly intelligent. You can see it in the early episodes, even before his ambitions become explicit. The way he observes things, the way he processes situations, the way his eyes track the room with a quality of attention that is not consistent with someone who is simply waiting to be hit with a prop. He is, as the show establishes fairly quickly, not merely intelligent, but extraordinarily so. His academic credentials are real. His cultural literacy is genuine. His operatic knowledge is deep enough that the show has used it as a structural element in multiple episodes. He is fluent in languages that the show has not bothered to identify. His strategic thinking, when he is given enough space to display it, is genuinely sophisticated, capable of multi-step plans that account for contingencies and involve the coordination of multiple agents. He is also, across 14 appearances spanning 25 seasons, completely unable to accomplish the one thing he has dedicated his post-prison life to achieving. He has tried to kill Bart Simpson more times than most shows have seasons. He has failed every time, and the manner of his failure is almost always the same. He gets close. Very close. And then something tiny and ridiculous intervenes. A rake. A slow parade. The fact that he cannot resist singing an entire aria when given the opportunity. The question that the show never answers, but which sits at the center of every Sideshow Bob episode, is whether Bob wants to succeed. Not in the sense of consciously wanting to fail, in the deeper sense of whether the project of killing Bart serves a purpose for him that completing it would eliminate. Bob is, when you look at his life honestly, a man without a real vocation. He was a sidekick. Then he was a criminal. Then he was a prisoner. Then he was a fugitive attempting murder. Then he was a prisoner again. Then he was a fugitive again. The only consistent through line in his adult life is his relationship with Bart, even if that relationship is expressed primarily through attempted homicide. If Bob killed Bart, what would he do next? The show has actually addressed this question once in a season 26 episode called Funeral for a Fiend. Not directly, but in a way that makes the implication unmissable. When Bob finally, technically, succeeds in killing Bart in the Treehouse of Horror episode, his reaction is not satisfaction. It is deflation. The show has explicitly explored the possibility that Bob's need for Bart is not the need of a murderer for his target, but the need of a man for the only source of genuine engagement his life has ever provided. Bart is the only person in Springfield who is a worthy opponent for Bob. Bart is the only person whose intelligence, unconventional and undisciplined as it is, has consistently matched and in some cases exceeded Bob's own. Bart is the only relationship Bob has that involves genuine challenge rather than the humiliation of being surrounded by people who are less capable than him. This is one of the show's great buried insights, and it deserves to be examined more carefully than the comedy usually allows. Bob is a gifted man in a world that has no appropriate place for his gifts. His intelligence is genuine but untranslatable into anything socially useful. His culture and refinement are real but belong to a world. The world of high European civilization as a certain kind of American intellectual imagines it, that does not intersect with Springfield in any practical way. He is, in the deep sense of the word, displaced. He is a man who should be elsewhere, in some version of his own imagination, where his qualities are valued and his peers exist, and the comedy of his situation is not the comedy of a refined man surrounded by vulgarity, but something more interesting and more nuanced. Instead, he is in Springfield, He was always going to be in Springfield. And Springfield has given him Bart, and Bart has given him something to be against. And being against something is better than nothing when you have no idea what you are for. The show has given Bob a family, and this is one of the details that makes his character genuinely strange in ways that the show never fully processed. He has a wife, Francesca, introduced in the season's 17 episode The Italian Bob. He has a son, Gino, a toddler who demonstrates murderous tendencies toward Bart even before he can walk steadily. And the family is Italian, encountered when Bob is living in a Tuscan village under an assumed name, having apparently been accepted into the community there as a genuine member. He has, in other words, built something. Away from Springfield, away from Bart, away from the cycle of imprisonment and escape and failure, he built a life that looks, from the outside, like a real life. And then it was taken from him, or more precisely, the Simpson family stumbled into it and Bart recognized Bob, and the community discovered who he really was, and the life collapsed. He lost Francesca and Gino to the revelation of his true identity, or rather, he lost the version of himself that was capable of sustaining that life. The Italian Bob story is, if you follow it to its conclusion, genuinely tragic. Bob found something real. He found a place where his gifts were accommodated and his past was unknown, and the weight of his history with Springfield was temporarily lifted. And then Springfield came to him, in the form of the family he has been trying to destroy for decades. The show treats this as farce, and it is farce. But underneath the farce is something that the show's comedic format prevents it from fully honoring, which is the portrait of a man for whom exile was the closest thing to happiness he ever found, and who lost that exile because of the same relationship that has made exile necessary. There is also the matter of Bob's brother Cecil, played by David Hyde Pierce in a piece of casting that is one of the show's great jokes, and also, if you think about it long enough, one of the show's great structural details. Cecil Terwilliger is Bob's younger brother. Cecil is also intelligent, also cultured, also shaped by whatever particular version of upper-class aspiration their family represented. And Cecil, almost uniquely among the characters connected to Bob, has a coherent grievance against him that makes complete sense. Cecil auditioned to be Krusty's sidekick first. Cecil got the role. Bob came in afterward, made Krusty laugh without trying to, and was given the part that Cecil had already won. Cecil spent the next decade watching his brother occupy the position he had earned, while he was demoted to the technical staff, working behind the camera on a children's program, managing the practical details of an entertainment machine whose face was wearing the mask Cecil had rehearsed for. His resentment is entirely rational. He was displaced by nepotism and charisma. The show treats this as comedy, but it is, structurally, the story of a man who was robbed of his vocation by his own brother. Cecil's subsequent villainy, his attempt to embezzle the funds from the construction of a dam and frame Bob for it, is also the story of someone trying to reassert control over a narrative in which he has been consistently secondary. He is trying to beat Bob at something. He is trying to demonstrate that he is capable of the kind of grand criminal ambition that Bob is famous for, even if his version of it is more financially motivated and less operatically staged. Cecil is not as good at being a villain as Bob. The show makes this explicit, but he is trying, in the way that younger siblings sometimes try, to inhabit the archetype that the older one has already claimed. The Bob and Cecil relationship is never fully explored after their initial confrontation, and this is a genuine loss. There is a story there about two brothers in one role and what happens to the person who didn't get it. There is a story about the Terwilliger family's particular form of ambition and what it does to the people it produces. There is a story about whether Bob's famous intelligence comes at a cost, that Cecil was spared by not possessing it to the same degree. and whether Cecil's more practical, less brilliant orientation might actually have produced a more livable life if the dam plan hadn't gone wrong. None of these stories were told. The show gave us the premise and moved on. The most haunting single moment in the entire Sideshow Bob canon is in the season 5 episode Cape Fear, widely considered one of the greatest episodes the show ever produced. Bob has escaped from prison and is attempting to kill Bart. Bart, in desperation, with nowhere left to go, asks Bob to sing the entire score of HMS Pinafore. And Bob does. He sings all of it. Every note, every verse, with full commitment, with genuine feeling, with the kind of performative investment that only someone who truly loves the material can summon. He sings it alone on a houseboat in the dark to an 11-year-old child who is buying time until the boat runs aground. And it is the most self-revelatory thing he ever does in the entire series. Bob is showing you who he is in that moment. He is showing you the person underneath the murderous fixation and the criminal history and the cultural pretension. He is a man who loves Gilbert and Sullivan, who loves it enough that no circumstance, not even the circumstance of being in the middle of a murder attempt, is sufficient to prevent him from singing all of it when the opportunity presents itself. He is, in that moment, neither villain nor victim, nor even character. He is just a person who loves something and has been given a chance to perform it. And Bart, who orchestrated that moment as a survival strategy, sits there and watches it. And the show, to its credit, doesn't undermine it. It is funny. But it is also somehow beautiful in the way that pure commitment to something you love is always beautiful, regardless of the circumstances. The deepest unresolved mystery of Sideshow Bob is not whether he will ever succeed in killing Bart. It is what Bob would be if the Springfield system that produced him had been different. If the sidekick role had never existed. If Krusty had never hired him. If the path from his apparent intelligence and cultural formation had led somewhere other than a clown suit and a career in elaborate failure. The show has shown us that Bob, in exile, can be something other than a villain. It has shown us that his relationship with Bart is at least partially the relationship of a man who needs a worthy opponent to justify his existence. It has shown us the younger brother's wound, and the family's particular pathology, and the specific form of displacement that produces a man like Bob. And it has never answered the question of what Bob actually is when he is not playing the role that Springfield assigned him. Maybe that is the question that has no answer. Maybe Bob is the show's way of asking what happens to the person who is too much for their environment, too intelligent or too passionate or too formed by aspirations that their actual circumstances cannot accommodate. Springfield has many such characters. Lisa is the most obvious one. But Bob is the most extreme version. The one who responded to his displacement not by becoming sad or withdrawn, but by becoming dangerous, by turning his considerable gifts toward destruction, because construction was never available to him in a form that matched his capabilities. Bob is still out there. Wherever Springfield currently is and whatever episode is currently airing, Bob is somewhere nearby. In prison or not in prison, planning or not planning, waiting for the next opportunity to do the thing he keeps almost doing. And underneath all of it, somewhere very quiet, he is probably humming something from Iolanthe. Section 4. The Patty and Selma Files. Two women who know too much. Close your eyes for a moment and picture Patty and Selma Bouvier. Picture them at Marge's kitchen table. Picture the cigarettes. Picture the matching hairstyles. Dark where Marge's is blue. Shorter, denser, a compressed version. Of the same genetic material arranged in a way that has always suggested a different kind of person than Marge became. Picture the DM5 where they work, where they have worked for the entirety of the show's run, where they have sat behind a counter processing licenses, and processing the parade of Springfield's residents who need official documentation, and taking a very specific and practiced kind of pleasure in the bureaucratic power that position grants them. Now, ask yourself a question that the show has never directly posed, but which its treatment of Patty and Selma implicitly raises in almost every episode they appear in. How much do they know? Not about Homer, though they know quite a bit about Homer, and their knowledge of him, and their very specific and very sustained campaign against his marriage to their sister, is one of the show's most consistent background elements. Not about Marge, though they know things about Marge's past that the show has never fully revealed. The question is bigger than either of those specific domains of knowledge. How much do Patty and Selma know about Springfield? They work at the DMI. They have worked there for 36 years. Every licensed driver in Springfield has passed through their window. Every vehicle registration, every change of address, every name change, every legal proceeding that requires official documentation of identity has involved, at some point, a DMV record. Patty and Selma sit at the intersection of Springfield's official reality and the bureaucratic machinery that maintains it. They see everyone. They process the paperwork that makes people officially who they say they are in the eyes of the state. And they have been doing this for decades in a town where, as we have already established, the gap between who people officially are and who they actually are can be quite significant. Consider what they would know just from their professional position. They would know who in Springfield has had multiple licenses under different names. They would know which vehicles are registered to which addresses and whether those registrations are consistent with where the vehicles are actually kept. They would know which Springfield residents have criminal records that affect their licensing status. They would know who has lied on their official documentation and how. They would know the shape of Springfield's official identity, which means they would also know, by contrast, the shape of everything that doesn't match that official record. The show has occasionally gestured at the power this position confers on them. There are episodes where Patty and Selma's bureaucratic authority is the central comedy engine, where their control over the licensing process becomes a form of social leverage. But the show has consistently treated this as pettiness rather than as what it actually implies, which is that Patty and Selma are two of the best-informed people in Springfield, possessed of a kind of institutional knowledge about the town's residents that no other characters, not the police, not the government, not Burns's various surveillance mechanisms, are positioned to have in quite the same way. And there is another dimension to this that gets even less attention. Patty and Selma are old friends with Agnes Skinner, Principal Skinner's mother. They are part of an older generation of Springfield women who have known each other for decades, who share a social network that predates the main action of the show, who have been part of Springfield's community life long enough to know things that nobody who arrived later would have access to. Agnes Skinner herself is a woman whose age and Springfield tenure suggest first-hand knowledge of the town's history going back to at least the 1950s. Her relationship with the Bouvier sisters connects their institutional knowledge of Springfield's present to a deeper historical archive. The three of them, Patty, Selma, and Agnes, are in some sense the show's closest approximation of a collective memory for Springfield. They remember things, or they hold grudges across decades in ways that the show's general amnesia doesn't erase, because personal grudges are different from community catastrophes. Personal grudges are maintained by individual will, not by collective agreement. Patty and Selma have not forgotten the things they have not forgiven. And the list of things they have not forgiven is long and specific and includes, at its very top, Homer Simpson. Let's stay with Homer for a moment because the depth and consistency of Patty and Selma's antagonism toward him is one of the show's most sustained relationships and also one of its most underexamined. It is easy to read their hostility as simple protective love for Marge. They don't think Homer is good enough for her. They never thought he was good enough for her. They have made this clear in approximately every episode they have appeared in together. And at a certain level, that is exactly what it is. But there is another layer. Patty and Selma knew Homer before he married Marge. They knew him when he was young, when the relationship between him and Marge was still forming, when the person Homer might have been was still visible alongside the person he was becoming. And their sustained hostility suggests not just an evaluation of the Homer who exists now, but a judgment about what Homer did to the trajectory of their sister's life. They are not just saying Homer is bad, they are saying Homer foreclosed something. They are saying that the life Marge has is not the life Marge should have had, and that Homer is the reason the better version wasn't available. Whether this judgment is accurate is a separate question. The show has explored Marge's relationship with Homer with enough complexity to suggest that the question of whether she made the right choice is not simple. But Patty and Selma's verdict is delivered with the certainty of people who made a different calculation about the same evidence and arrived at a different conclusion. They are, in their own way, a running commentary on the Marge and Homer marriage, providing the dissenting voice that the show occasionally needs to keep its central relationship honest. Patty's storyline in season 16 is one of the show's most significant departures from its own established character dynamics, and it is worth spending real time on because of what it reveals and what it leaves unresolved. In the episode There's Something About Marrying, Patty comes out as gay. She announces that she is going to marry a woman, a professional golfer named Veronica, who is later revealed to be a man named Leslie in disguise. The episode deals with the revelation seriously enough that it earned the show significant attention and some awards consideration. But it deals with the aftermath, the question of what Patty's sexuality means for the character who has existed in the show for 16 seasons, almost not at all. What makes Patty's coming out story genuinely interesting, rather than merely significant, is the context the show had established for her over those 16 seasons. Patty's hostility toward men, her obvious contempt for Homer, and her more generally dismissive attitude toward the male characters in Springfield's orbit had always been available for interpretation. The show had sometimes played it as misandry, sometimes as protective instinct toward Marge, sometimes as the general disengagement from domestic femininity that both Bouvier sisters represent, in contrast to Marge's embrace of it. None of these interpretations are invalidated by the revelation of her sexuality, but they are recontextualized. What had appeared to be contempt for men specifically now looks like something more like indifference to a category that didn't apply to her. Patty wasn't hostile to Homer because men are bad. She was hostile to Homer because she had no template for valuing what Homer represented, romantic partnership with a man. And she watched her sister organize her entire life around that template, and she judged the specific man who occupied that template as unworthy of the sacrifice Marge was making. The show never explored any of this. After the episode that revealed Patty's sexuality, the revelation was incorporated into the character's background without generating any significant ongoing narrative. Patty is gay. This is acknowledged. And then Patty continues to be primarily a foil for Homer and a comic function in Marge's family scenes, with her sexuality as an established fact that the show occasionally references but has never built a sustained story around. This is a genuine missed opportunity. Not because Patty's coming out needed to be a very special episode or a sustained dramatic arc, but because the character herself, once you know this about her, is interesting enough to deserve more exploration. A woman who has spent 36 years in a town where her orientation placed her outside the dominant domestic template. A woman whose closest relationship, the twin bond with Selma, is an unusual enough kind of intimacy that it warrants examination, even without the added complexity of her sexuality. A woman who works in the DMV, who has bureaucratic power, who has institutional knowledge of Springfield, and who has spent 36 years watching a town she has complex feelings about from a position of practical authority. That is a character. That is a character whose inner life the show has barely touched. Selma is in some ways the more interesting twin, or at least the twin whose specific tragedy the show has engaged with more directly. Selma wants a child. This is established early in the show's run and reinforced across many episodes. She has been married multiple times to men who are uniformly terrible in their own specific ways, and each marriage has ended, and the child she wants has not arrived. She adopted a daughter, Ling, in the season 17 episode Goo Goo Gai Pan, and the adoption is treated as a genuine emotional resolution in that episode, but subsequent appearances of Selma rarely reference Ling in ways that suggest the adoption has genuinely altered her character's fundamental orientation. What the show has built across Selma's multiple marriage stories is a portrait of a woman whose desire for connection, specifically the domestic connection of partnership and family, has been consistently thwarted by a sequence of partners who were chosen. It seems more out of desperation than genuine compatibility. Her husbands have included Sideshow Bob, an attempted murderer who married her as part of a scheme to escape prison; Troy McClure, a washed-up actor who married her as a career move to counteract rumors about his personal life that the show implies but never states directly; Lionel Hutz, briefly, a man from the Witness Protection Program, and others. Each marriage has been a form of settling. Each one has failed. And Selma has absorbed each failure with a kind of grimly pragmatic acceptance that is the closest the show comes to depicting genuine stoicism. Selma is the Simpson family's closest thing to a character who has genuinely reckoned with her circumstances without being protected by fantasy or fog. Homer is protected by low cognitive function and high pain tolerance. Marge is protected by her capacity for patience and the genuine richness of her family life. Lisa is protected by her intelligence and her ability to exist in an inner world of ideas that Springfield cannot entirely corrupt. But Selma does not appear to have any of these protections. She wants something she doesn't have. She knows what it is she wants. She has tried repeatedly to get it through channels that have all failed. And she keeps going, not with hope exactly, but with something more durable than hope, with persistence. The Patty and Selma mystery ultimately is not about what they know, though they probably know a great deal. It is about who they are in relation to Springfield's central story. They are the version of Marge that Marge didn't become. They are the path not taken, made concrete and visible in cigarette smoking and capable of weaponizing the DMV. They are what the Bouvier sisters were going to be before one of them met a man named Homer Simpson and decided, for reasons the show has spent 36 seasons being ambiguous about, that this was worth it. The show has never answered the question of whether Marge was right. It has never needed to, because Homer and Marge are the show's foundation, and questioning the foundation is not something the show can afford to do directly. But Patty and Selma are the question posed obliquely, from the side, through the sustained presence of two women who made a different choice, and whose lives are both harder and, in certain specific ways, more honest than their sisters. They will always be there at Marge's kitchen table or at the DMV window, smoking and watching and knowing things that nobody has asked them about yet. One of them waiting for the child she wants. The other more settled in herself than she was allowed to be for most of the show's run. Both of them aware, with the particular clarity of people who are not the protagonist of the story they're embedded in, of exactly what is happening in this family and this town. Section 5, The Flanders Code. What Ned's perfect life is actually hiding. Settle a little deeper into wherever you are. We're going to talk about Ned Flanders now, and the Ned Flanders story requires a particular kind of attention, not the wide-awake, analytical attention that mysteries usually demand. Something softer and sadder than that. The kind of attention you give to something when you realize it's not just strange, but genuinely heartbreaking. Ned Flanders lives next door to Homer Simpson. He has lived next door to Homer Simpson for 36 years. In that time, Homer has borrowed his possessions and not returned them, caused the death of his first wife, subjected him to constant petty cruelties, both deliberate and accidental, and generally treated him with the casual contempt that people reserve for those they know will not retaliate. Ned has never retaliated. Not once, not meaningfully, not in a way that affected Homer's behavior or changed the dynamic between them. He has absorbed every indignity. He has forgiven every wrong. He has opened his home and his resources to the man who, by any reasonable accounting, has done more damage to his life than any other person in Springfield. The show frames this as saintliness, as the expression of a genuine and deeply held religious faith that transcends the ordinary human capacity for resentment. And within the framework of a half-hour animated comedy, that framing works. It is one of the show's great character contrasts, the gap between Homer's selfish obliviousness and Ned's selfless patience. It generates comedy. It generates warmth. It has powered some of the show's most memorable episodes and moments. But in Season 8, the episode Hurricane Nettie introduced information about Ned Flanders that the show has never fully reckoned with, and which changes the nature of his saintliness from something to admire into something considerably more troubling. When a hurricane destroys Ned's house and the Springfield community rebuilds it with such spectacular incompetence that it collapses immediately, Ned snaps. He has a psychological breakdown in front of the entire town, screaming at each of them in turn, with a specificity of grievance that reveals decades of suppressed resentment. He insults Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and the townspeople and the church and God. He lets out everything that his normal presentation contains and manages and suppresses, and what comes out is not the saintly neighbor. What comes out is a man who has been accumulating wounds for years and who has never, before this moment, been permitted to acknowledge them. He is institutionalized, and in the psychiatric facility, the attending physician, a Dr. Foster who treated Ned as a child, provides the key. Ned was not always gentle. He was not always patient. As a child, he was a nightmare. An out-of-control, violent, disruptive child whose beatnik parents refused to discipline him on philosophical grounds, believing that punishment of any kind was harmful. After 8 years of uncorrected behavioral chaos, the child Ned was brought to Dr. Foster, who spent 3 sessions attempting to condition the aggression out of him. The result, Dr. Foster explains, was not a cure. It was an overcorrection. He suppressed Ned's natural emotional expressions so thoroughly that Ned lost the ability to process negative emotions in any normal way. His anger doesn't disappear. His resentment doesn't disappear. His grief doesn't disappear. It all accumulates behind the relentless cheerfulness and the neighborly generosity and the religious patience in a reservoir that has been filling since childhood, and which, under sufficient pressure, erupts. This is the Ned Flanders that the show revealed in that episode and never fully explored again. A man whose defining characteristic, his goodness, is not a moral achievement, but a psychological cage. He cannot express anger because he was conditioned not to. He cannot set limits because he was conditioned not to. He cannot tell Homer to return his possessions or stop treating him as a resource rather than a person, because his brain was trained before he was old enough to consent to the training to treat tolerance as the only available response to everything. His forgiveness of Homer for the death of Maude is not grace, it is pathology. His patience with Homer's borrowings and contempt and carelessness is not virtue. It is the conditioned response of a man who was broken as a child in a way that left the breaking invisible because the result looked like something admirable. The show knows this. The episode that revealed it is one of the most discussed in the show's history. But knowing it and honoring it are different things, and the show has not honored this knowledge. In subsequent appearances, Ned's psychology is occasionally referenced, but rarely sustained. He returns to the gentle neighbor. He returns to the cheerful okili dokali and the open lending of yard tools and the patient tolerance of Homer's behavior. The cage is rebuilt, the reservoir refills, and the man underneath the conditioning remains almost entirely unseen. There is a version of the Ned Flanders story that the show has never told and probably never will. It is the version where Ned acknowledges what happened to him as a child and begins to understand that his niceness is not the expression of his true self, but the suppression of it. Where he discovers, with the help of better psychiatric care than he received from Dr. Foster, that genuine goodness is different from the performance of goodness. That real generosity involves the ability to say no when no is the right answer. That real patience involves actually processing frustration rather than burying it until the pressure becomes unmanageable. In this version of the story, Ned might become less uniformly pleasant and considerably more interesting. He might stop lending Homer the things Homer never returns. He might tell Homer that watching Maude die because of Homer's selfishness is not something that forgiveness erases, that it is something that changes things between them in ways that forgiveness does not undo. He might discover that the aggression his parents refused to address in his childhood, and that Dr. Foster tried to eliminate, was not a defect but a necessary component of a complete emotional life, and that having it surgically removed made him, in certain crucial ways, less than fully human. This Ned Flanders would still be religious. He would probably still be kind in most circumstances. But he would be kind by choice rather than by compulsion, which is the only kind of kindness that actually counts as a virtue. The show has never given him this. And the reason, or at least one significant part of the reason, is that the show needs Ned to be the foil. It needs him to remain in the position that makes Homer's behavior look bad and yet also somehow tolerable. Ned's patience with Homer is one of the structural supports of the show's central moral universe. If Ned stops being patient, if he starts treating Homer the way Homer deserves to be treated, the show's implicit argument about Homer, that Homer is lovable despite everything, becomes much harder to sustain. Ned is sacrificed to the narrative's needs. His complexity, the complexity that Hurricane Nettie briefly revealed, is periodically acknowledged and then set aside because the story requires him to keep forgiving. Not because he has arrived at forgiveness through genuine spiritual or psychological work, but because forgiveness is his function in the story, and the story cannot afford for him to find something better. There is also the matter of Ned's religious life, which is one of the aspects of the character that the show treats with the most consistent ambivalence. Ned is devout. This is not in question. His faith is real and deep and genuinely informing of how he moves through the world. He studies scripture. He prays consistently. He applies his religious principles to his daily choices in ways that are not trivial or performative. His faith is the kind of faith that requires ongoing work and genuine commitment, not a cultural affiliation, but a lived practice. And the show has established, with what seems like deliberate cruelty, that this faith is not returned. God speaks to Homer. God has appeared to Homer multiple times, has held conversations with him, has made promises to him, has engaged with him as an individual whose spiritual life matters. Homer, who sleeps through sermons and uses church primarily as a venue for naps, and has no theological engagement with his faith beyond a generalized sense that God probably exists and is probably similar to Santa Claus. In his general attitude toward Homer's requests, has a relationship with God. Ned, who prays every day, who reads scripture, who organizes his life around his faith, who has sustained genuine religious practice across decades of loss and disappointment and conditioning-induced emotional suppression, has not had this experience. God does not speak to Ned. God has not appeared to Ned. The divine attention that Homer receives passively and without effort is the thing Ned works toward most actively and has never received. This is the show's most devastating theological joke, and it is not quite a joke. It is a structural observation about the relationship between faith and reward that the show delivers through juxtaposition without comment. The show does not say God is unfair. It does not say faith is rewarded or unrewarded. It simply shows you Homer's relationship with the divine and then shows you Ned's, and the gap between them is enormous and terrible, and the show lets you sit with it. There are theories, some of them quite elaborate, about what Ned's religious practice is actually compensating for. The conditioning argument suggests that his religiosity is, like his niceness, a product of his childhood trauma, an external framework of rules and expectations that fills the gap where his own genuine emotional responses should be. The behavioral modification he underwent as a child required an external discipline to replace the internal discipline that was surgically removed. Religion provides that external discipline. God's rules replace Dr. Foster's conditioning. The cage is the same cage, just with a different name on the lock. This reading of Ned's faith is harsh and perhaps unfair. There are elements of his religious practice that do seem to provide him with genuine comfort and community. The relationships he has through the church, the sense of purpose his faith gives him, the way it helps him process grief that would otherwise be entirely unmanageable. But it is difficult to fully separate the genuine from the compensatory when the compensatory need is as profound as his appears to be. He is a man who was trained out of his natural emotional responses in childhood and has spent his adulthood building a comprehensive system for managing the residue of that training. Religion is one of the primary structures in that system. Whether that makes it less real or less valuable is a question the show has the good sense not to answer directly. What the show has told us, across decades of Ned Flanders' appearances, is that goodness does not protect you. This is Springfield's most consistent moral lesson, delivered through the show's most consistently good character. Ned is good. He is kind and generous and patient and devout, and he is a good father and a good neighbor and a good member of his community. And his wife is dead, and his house was destroyed, and Homer is still borrowing his things, and God is still not speaking to him, and the reservoir behind his conditioning is still filling slowly, one unreturned rake at a time. Ned Flanders is what happens when you give everything and receive nothing. And the show cannot figure out whether that is a condemnation of Springfield or a condemnation of goodness as a strategy for navigating a world that does not reward it. It keeps Ned in place, relentlessly nice, unrelentingly patient, and lets the gap between what he deserves and what he has speak for itself. There is something in that refusal to resolve his story that feels honest, even as it is also a failure to honor the complexity the show briefly revealed. Ned Flanders is still next door. He will probably always be next door. And the lake behind the dam will keep rising. Okili dokili. Section 6. The Krusty Paradox. The clown who is never funny and always broken. There is a character at the center of The Simpsons who exists in a state of permanent, unresolvable contradiction, and that character is Krusty the Clown. Not Homer, not Burns, Krusty. Because Krusty's contradiction is the most fundamental one the show contains. He is a professional comedian who is not funny, and the show has never explained why Springfield cannot tell the difference. Let's be precise about what we mean. Krusty the Clown is not funny to us, the audience. His routines are broad and dated, and the show depicts them with a kind of dull repetition that makes it absolutely clear that the in-universe audience's adoration is not something we are meant to share. Bart loves Krusty, loves him with a fervency that borders on religious devotion. And the gap between what the show tells us Krusty is to Bart and what the show actually shows us Krusty doing is one of the show's great sustained comedy engines. But it is also one of the show's most interesting mysteries. Why does Bart, and by extension Springfield at large, respond to Krusty with the kind of devotion that the show depicts? The obvious answer is that it doesn't matter. Krusty is a children's entertainer, and children have unsophisticated taste, and the show is not asking us to take Krusty's comedy seriously, only to take Bart's devotion to it seriously. This is sufficient for the comedy to function. But it leaves the deeper question unanswered, which is, what is Krusty actually providing that generates this response? Herschel Schmoikel Pinchas Yerichem Krustovsky. That is Krusty's full name, established in the Season 3 episode. Like Father, Like Clown, one of the show's most emotionally direct episodes, and one that did something the show rarely does, which is to take a peripheral character's inner life seriously for a full episode without treating it primarily as comedy. Krusty is the son of Rabbi Hyman Krustovsky, a prominent and respected religious figure in Springfield's Jewish community. His father wanted him to follow in his footsteps. Krusty wanted to make people laugh. His father forbade it. Krusty left. They have not spoken in years by the time the episode takes place. The reunion of Krusty and his father is the episode's centerpiece, and it is one of the show's genuinely moving sequences. Not moving in the way that sentimental comedy usually is, with the emotional manipulation of soft music and staged gestures, but moving in the quieter way of something that feels actually true. The estrangement between a father who cannot accommodate his child's choices and a child who has structured his entire adult life around those choices is specific enough and painful enough that the comedy serves as cover rather than dismissal. But here's the thing the episode establishes that the show never fully follows through on. Krusty performs because his father said he couldn't. His career is built not on the desire to make people laugh, but on the need to demonstrate that the path his father rejected is a legitimate path. He is not funny because he loves comedy. He is funny, or at least tries to be, because he needs comedy to justify his estrangement from his family. The audience doesn't know this. Springfield doesn't know this. What Springfield sees is the clown. What the clown is hiding is the rabbi's son who chose the wrong thing and has been trying to prove he chose right ever since. This makes Krusty's specific form of fraudulence genuinely interesting. He is not a bad person pretending to be good. He is not a criminal hiding behind a persona. He is a man whose professional identity was constructed as an argument, and who has been making that argument to an audience that doesn't know the argument is happening for 36 years. When Krusty performs, he is not performing for Springfield. He is performing for his father. He is demonstrating, episode after episode, broadcast after broadcast, decade after decade, that the path he chose has value, that it was worth the estrangement, that the sacrifice of the family relationship was justified by the career that replaced it. The tragedy of Krusty, and it is a real tragedy even though the show deposits it in a comedy format and moves on, is that his father eventually reconciles with him. They repair the estrangement, the episode ends with them together, And then subsequent episodes continue to depict Krusty as the same broken, self-destructive, compromised performer he has always been, as if the reconciliation with his father changed nothing in his fundamental orientation toward his work and his life. Because it didn't. The reconciliation came too late. Krusty had been performing the argument for too long. The argument had become the performance. He no longer knew how to do what he did without the wound underneath it. Fix the wound and the performance doesn't heal. The performance continues because the performance is what he is now. He is no longer performing to prove something to his father. He is performing because he has forgotten how to be anything else. Krusty's relationship with Sideshow Bob is one of the show's most layered and least examined relationships. Bob was Krusty's sidekick for years. Bob performed with Krusty. Bob absorbed the physical comedy that Krusty's format required, the pies in the face and the electric shocks and the prop comedy, with the visible dignity of a man who had chosen the wrong venue for his talents and knew it. And Bob eventually framed Krusty for armed robbery and went to prison for it, but not before using his intelligence and Krusty's apparent obliviousness to execute a scheme that Krusty didn't see coming. Why did Bob stay? He clearly despised the work. The show makes his contempt for Krusty's format as explicit as his contempt for Springfield's intellectual standards. He is a man of genuine culture forced by circumstances into a job that violates everything he values about art and performance and human expression. The obvious question is why he didn't simply leave. He could have left. He chose not to. He chose to stay and endure the pies and the prop comedy and the proximity to Krusty's specific form of professional fraudulence for years before resorting to the frame job. There is something in this that the show has never examined. Bob stayed because something about the situation, the specific combination of Krusty's fraudulence and the audience's devotion and the gap between what was being performed and what was being received, was useful to him, was studying, was being stored. Bob, who is intelligent enough to extract information from any environment he inhabits, was learning something from Krusty, learning how Springfield receives entertainment, learning what Springfield's emotional needs are and how performance can satisfy them, regardless of the performance's actual quality. Learning, in other words, how the show that is Springfield operates. This is speculative, and the show would never commit to it. But it is consistent with everything we know about Bob's intelligence and his systematic nature. He did not stay for Krusty. He stayed for the education. Krusty's financial history is one of the show's most consistent background details and one of its darkest. He earns enormous amounts of money from his television program and his various licensing deals and personal appearances. He spends, or loses, all of it. Gambling debts, failed business ventures, back taxes, fraudulent business partners, bad investments, and what the show depicts as essentially compulsive financial self-destruction. He is perpetually broke despite his enormous income, and the pattern of his financial life is so consistent across so many seasons that it cannot be attributed to bad luck alone. Krusty is destroying himself financially on purpose, or at least on compulsion, which in terms of the outcome is the same thing. This is the addict's pattern, not specifically an addiction to substances, though Krusty's various substance dependencies are established across the show's run, but an addiction to the particular relief that comes from having nothing. A person who cannot tolerate their success, who has built a career around an argument they are no longer sure they believe, might self-destruct financially as a way of generating genuine stakes in a life that otherwise feels like a performance of a life. You can't fake being broke. The consequences of financial ruin are real in a way that the consequences of being a children's entertainer in a contaminated cartoon town are not. There is also the matter of Krusty's various charitable and humanitarian projects, which appear inconsistently across the show's run, and which the show treats as fundamentally fraudulent without ever quite explaining why Krusty keeps pursuing them. He participates in children's charities. He occasionally demonstrates genuine concern for the young audience he entertains. He has, at certain moments, demonstrated that his connection to Bart is not entirely a performance, that some version of his public warmth is real. And then the next episode, he is taking money from the charity fund or using the charitable event as cover for gambling or behaving in ways that make the humanitarian gestures look like what they sometimes are, PR, but sometimes they are not, are. But sometimes the charitable impulse is real. Sometimes the warmth toward children is genuine. And the show has never satisfactorily answered which is which, because Krusty himself probably cannot answer that question about his own motivations. He is a man who has been performing so long that the boundary between the performance and the person has dissolved. He probably doesn't know whether he actually cares about children or whether he has been playing someone who cares about children for so long that he experiences the performance as the reality. The Krusty paradox is this: he is beloved and broken and fraudulent and genuine all at once, and these qualities are not in alternation or conflict, but simultaneous. He is a great entertainer to Springfield and a terrible entertainer to us. He loves his audience, and he exploits his audience. He was his father's greatest disappointment and his father's greatest source of eventual pride. He is one of Springfield's most significant cultural institutions, and also one of its most significant cautionary tales. He is the show's most direct commentary on the relationship between entertainment and the human needs it serves, and the show has never been willing to commit to a specific reading of what that relationship is. He keeps going. His show keeps airing. Springfield keeps watching. And somewhere under the grease paint and the prop comedy and the compulsive financial self-destruction, Rabbi Kristofsky's son keeps performing the argument long after the argument was won, because the performing is all he knows how to do. Section 7. The Springfield Elementary Conspiracy. What they're really teaching the children. Springfield Elementary School has been the setting for roughly a third of the show's episodes and has served as one of its primary institutional settings for its entire run. Principal Skinner, Edna Krabappel, Groundskeeper Willie, Superintendent Chalmers, and the school's various other fixtures are among the show's most enduring characters. The school itself, its physical plant, its academic standards, its student population, its administration, constitutes one of the most sustained depictions of an American educational institution in the history of fiction. And Springfield Elementary is a disaster. Not a comic disaster, though it is that too. A specific, detailed, systematically depicted disaster that raises questions about education and institutional failure, and who bears responsibility for what, that the show never explicitly answers. Let's start with the most basic facts about the school's academic performance. The show establishes early and maintains consistently that Springfield Elementary is among the worst performing schools in the country. Test scores are catastrophic. The school consistently ranks near the bottom of state and national assessments. The students, with the notable and well-established exception of Lisa, demonstrate academic performance that is not merely poor, but alarmingly, comprehensively poor in ways that suggest something more than ordinary underperformance. Springfield's children cannot read at grade level at numbers that should be generating emergency interventions. They cannot perform basic mathematics. Their scientific literacy, again with Lisa's explicit exception, is minimal. Their historical knowledge is heavily shaped by misconceptions and gaps. The school's outcomes, if they were the outcomes of a real American school, would have triggered decades of reform efforts, investigations, and probably multiple rounds of administrative replacement. None of this happens. The school continues to operate in essentially the same mode it has always operated in. Skinner remains principal. The curriculum remains whatever it is. The outcomes remain terrible. And the community accepts all of this with a passivity that mirrors its passivity about the nuclear power plant and the mob and all the other institutions that are actively damaging its residents and that it has collectively decided not to examine. Why? The question seems obvious. Why does Springfield tolerate a school that is systematically failing its children? One answer, the most obvious answer, is that the power plant wants it this way. Burns has a vested interest in a population that is not equipped to challenge him, not intellectually capable of understanding what he is doing to them, not sufficiently educated to organize effective opposition. A well-educated Springfield population would be a Springfield population capable of reading the environmental regulations that the power plant is violating, capable of understanding the financial mechanisms by which Burns extracts wealth from the community, capable of evaluating the health data that a half-century of radiation exposure should have generated. A bad school is, for Burns, a strategic asset. The show does not say this directly, but it establishes both the school's failure and Burns's interest in the town's cognitive incapacity with enough detail that the connection is available for anyone who wants to make it. The school fails because failure is convenient for the most powerful person in Springfield. The school produces graduates who are not equipped to challenge the system that produced them. And the system continues. Now let's talk about the teachers, because the teachers of Springfield Elementary are themselves one of the show's most sustained and least examined portraits of institutional damage. Edna Krabappel is the most important character in this context. She is Bart's fourth-grade teacher across the show's first many seasons, and she is, in her specific way, one of the most genuinely human characters the show produced. She is not a villain. She is not incompetent in the way that Wiggum is incompetent or Burns is corrupt. She is a reasonably intelligent, reasonably capable person who has been destroyed by her circumstances. She is burned out. She is lonely. Her personal life is a parade of disappointments. She is underpaid, undervalued, and undersupported in a job that makes extraordinary demands while providing minimal resources. She has been doing this job in this school for longer than anyone should stay in circumstances that are actively eroding them. The tragedy of Edna Krabappel is that she was probably once a good teacher, or at least a teacher who approached her work with something other than the exhausted, sardonic, professionally detached manner that defines her in the show's main timeline. The person she is when we meet her, the person who grades papers with contempt and responds to student questions with barely concealed impatience, is the product of years of Springfield's institutional treatment of her. She became who she is at Springfield Elementary. The school made her. And then she fell in love with Ned Flanders and became briefly something else. The Ned and Edna relationship is one of the show's most genuinely surprising developments, because it gave both characters something they had not had before. It gave Edna someone who was unambiguously kind to her, not transactionally, not with the contempt or indifference or outright disrespect that most of her relationships with adults had provided. And it gave Ned someone who was not positioned in the network of obligation and conditioning that structured all his other close relationships. Edna died. The character was retired following the death of Marcia Wallace, who voiced her. And the show honored that loss with a remarkable moment of genuine feeling. A simple Ned card at the end of an episode that said, in its simplicity and its directness, something that the show usually prefers to approach sideways. This mattered. This person mattered. We will not joke about this. But Edna's death also removed one of Springfield Elementary's most significant figures without resolving anything about what she had spent her career navigating. The institution that shaped her remains. The conditions that burned her out are still present for whoever comes after her. The students who received her exhausted, depleted pedagogy are still those students, carrying the educational deficits that her depletion contributed to. Her departure from the show was honored. Her legacy within the institution was not examined. Groundskeeper Willie deserves extended attention in any serious examination of Springfield Elementary, because Willie is one of the show's most underanalyzed characters, and one whose relationship to the school contains details that become genuinely strange when you look at them carefully. Willie has worked at Springfield Elementary for as long as the school has been depicted. He is the groundskeeper, responsible for the physical maintenance of the school's property. He lives, or has lived at various points, in a shack on school property. He is Scottish, aggressively and impractically Scottish, in a way that the show plays as comedy, but which, if you follow the logic, makes his presence in an American elementary school something of a mystery in itself. How did he get there? What is his history? The show has occasionally provided backstory fragments, none of them consistent with each other, suggesting that the show has never quite decided what Willie is beyond his most obvious comic function. But Willie knows things. He has been at the school for so long, has been so thoroughly embedded in its physical environment, that he has access to aspects of the school's reality that no other character does. He knows its infrastructure. He knows what is happening in the grounds, in the boiler room, and the maintenance areas that nobody else uses. He knows the physical plant of Springfield Elementary the way someone who has spent 30 years tending it can know something, intimately and practically and in detail. And he has seen things. The show depicts this occasionally, the way Willie occasionally witnesses things, or is in possession of information, that places him in a peculiar position relative to the school's official narrative. He is, within the show's universe, one of the people most likely to know if something was wrong at Springfield Elementary in a way that wasn't being addressed through official channels. He would be positioned to know if the building's maintenance was creating hazards. He would be positioned to know if the school's official records were inconsistent with what he observed in his daily work. He would be positioned to know about the buried oil well beneath the school that Burns stole in the Who Shot Mr. Burns storyline. Willie knew about that oil well. He was there when it was discovered. He lost his job when the school's budget was gutted, and then his job came back and the show moved on. But what Willie saw, what Willie knows about the relationship between the school's physical history and the various forces that have periodically intervened in that history, was never extracted from him. He has the information. The show never asked for it. There is also the matter of what Springfield Elementary is actually teaching the children, beyond the academic subjects where its failures are most documented. The school's curriculum, when it has been depicted in detail, reveals a set of assumptions about what Springfield's children are being prepared for that is entirely consistent with the maintenance of the existing order. The show has depicted Springfield Elementary teaching its students civic lessons that are subtly but consistently oriented toward acceptance rather than challenge, toward adjustment to existing conditions rather than examination of them, toward a version of citizenship that involves participating in the system as it is rather than evaluating whether the system as it is deserves participation. Lisa perceives this and rejects it, which is one of the primary sources of her alienation from the school. She is being offered an education designed for someone who will grow up to be Homer, and she is not going to be Homer, and the gap between what the school can provide and what she needs is irreconcilable within Springfield's current institutional structure. The school cannot serve Lisa because the school was not designed to produce people like Lisa. It was designed to produce people who will go to work at the power plant and to buy their electricity from Burns and live in the contaminated area and not ask why their children have four fingers. Springfield Elementary is one of the mechanisms of that design. It is one of the institutions through which Springfield's loop is maintained. It takes the next generation of Springfield residents and shapes them through inadequate resources and burned-out teachers and a curriculum designed to produce compliance rather than critical thought, into the kind of people who will sustain Springfield rather than change it. And it does this so comprehensively across 36 years and hundreds of episodes that it barely needs to be noticed to work. The school is failing. This is understood. Nobody does anything about it. And Springfield continues. Section 8. The Apu Question. A man who watched everything and said nothing. The Quick E-Mart. Apu Nahasa Pima Petalon. These are among the show's most immediately recognizable elements, so embedded in the Simpsons universe that it is difficult now to think of Springfield without them. The Quick E-Mart is not just a convenience store in Springfield. It is one of the town's primary social institutions, the place where multiple storylines begin and end, where Springfield's residents interact outside their domestic environments, where the show's community is visible as a community rather than as a collection of isolated households. And Apu is the Quick E-Mart. He is its permanent presence, its face, its voice, its accumulated institutional memory. He has been there for 36 years. He has been at that counter for 36 years, selling squishies and hot dogs of ambiguous provenance and cigarettes, and everything else that Springfield's residents need in the particular kinds of emergencies that small convenience stores are equipped to address. What Apu has witnessed from that counter constitutes one of the most comprehensive records of Springfield's daily life that any single character possesses. Homer comes to the Quick E-Mart. Marge comes to the Quick E-Mart. Bart comes to the Quick E-Mart. Ned comes to the Quick E-Mart. Burns's associates come to the Quick E-Mart. The mob's peripheral figures come to the Quick E-Mart. Wiggum comes to the Quick E-Mart. Over 36 years, essentially every significant character in Springfield has walked through that door, and Apu has been behind the counter watching them. Apu is brilliant. This is established directly and unambiguously in the show's canon. He holds a doctorate, earned under Professor John Frink at Springfield Heights Institute of Technology, with a thesis of sufficient technical sophistication that the show's depiction of it as genuine scholarship feels credible. He is fluent in multiple languages. His academic background is in computer science and engineering, fields that require the kind of sustained intellectual engagement that Apu clearly possesses. He is, in terms of raw intellectual capacity, one of the most gifted people in Springfield, comparable in certain ways to Lisa, and possibly exceeding her in others. He works at a convenience store. He has worked at this convenience store for essentially his entire adult life. The gap between his capabilities and his circumstances is one of the show's quiet background tragedies. Not a source of dramatic engagement, but a permanent feature of the landscape, visible every time Apu appears but rarely examined. The show has provided backstory for how Apu ended up at the Quick E-Mart and why he stayed there. He came to America for graduate school. He ended up in debt to the Quick E-Mart Corporation, and his path out of that debt involved working off the obligation through years of service. By the time the obligation was technically discharged, the store had become what he knew, and leaving required a kind of reinvention that was complicated by family and community and the accumulated momentum of having been the Quick E-Mart man for so long that alternatives felt abstract. This is a recognizable story. It is the story of many immigrants to America. The credentials that don't transfer, the circumstances that narrow options, the gradual replacement of original ambitions with the management of actual conditions. The show engages with it in specific episodes and then sets it aside in others, using Apu as a functional comedy element without always honoring the complexity it has established about him. But there is something specific about Apu's position at the Quick E-Mart that makes him more than just a character with an underexamined backstory. His position makes him an observer, a recorder, a person with access to the kind of quotidian, unguarded human behavior that you display when you are at a convenience store rather than at a formal social function. People are themselves at the Quick E-Mart in a way they are not elsewhere. They are buying things they are embarrassed by and consuming things that reveal their habits and engaging in the kinds of small transactions that make up the texture of daily life. Apu sees all of this. He processes it. He is, by virtue of his position and his intelligence, a kind of archivist of Springfield's ordinary reality. What Apu knows about Springfield is not the dramatic, crisis-level knowledge that Patty and Selma accumulate through the DMV. It is something more granular and in some ways more revealing. He knows the daily patterns. He knows who drinks what and when. He knows whose habits change and how. He knows the small behavioral shifts that precede larger ones, the way a person's purchasing patterns change when something significant is happening in their life. He knows which marriages are struggling from the comfort food patterns. He knows which residents are in financial difficulty from the purchasing compromises. He knows the texture of Springfield's economic and emotional life in a level of detail that no other character is positioned to have. And he says nothing about any of it, not because he lacks the intelligence to synthesize what he sees, not because he lacks the language to express it. He says nothing because saying something is not his role. His role is to be the Quick E-Mart man, to be the resource, to be the institution. The knowledge stays behind the counter. The Apu storyline that the show most systematically avoided was the one about his wife, Mangela, and the octuplets, born in the Season 9 episode 8 Misbehavin'. 8 children, arriving simultaneously into the life of a man who works 70-hour weeks at a convenience store and whose relationship with his wife had been, up to that point, a background element in the show rather than a developed narrative. The octuplets arrive. The episode deals with the immediate chaos. And then the octuplets largely disappear from subsequent storylines, referenced occasionally but not integrated into any sustained examination of what having 8 children means for Apu's circumstances. What it means, if you follow the logic of his established situation, is that he is trapped even more thoroughly than before. The debt he owed the Quick E-Mart corporate structure was dischargeable in theory. The obligation of 8 children, the financial and practical and emotional weight of that, is not dischargeable at all. He is bound to the counter by the children, bound to Springfield by the store, bound to the store by the children, and the loop tightens with each passing season. He has more reasons to stay and fewer reasons to leave, and the alternative life, the one where his doctorate and his intelligence found an application commensurate with them, recedes further with each added obligation. The show has occasionally depicted Apu's awareness of this. His occasional moments of reflection on his circumstances have a quality that the comedy format can never quite neutralize. A clarity about what his life is and what it could have been that the comedy can joke around but not dismiss. He is not unconscious of his situation. He is simply in it and conscious of being in it and continuing anyway because the continuation is what the circumstances require. There is a version of the Apu story, never told, in which his intelligence is engaged with Springfield's actual situation in the same way that his retail position gives him access to Springfield's daily reality, in which he processes what he has observed from behind the counter across 3 decades and synthesizes it into an understanding of how Springfield works and what is wrong with it, in which the archivist of ordinary life becomes something more, someone who can see the shape of the system because he has been watching it function at the granular level for long enough to understand its logic. This Apu, the one who knows what he knows and chooses to do something with it, never appears. He stays behind the counter. He keeps selling squishies. The knowledge stays where it is. And Springfield keeps moving through his store, revealing itself to someone who observes everything and is required, by virtue of his role, to say nothing. Section 9, The Treehouse of Horror Leak. When the show accidentally told the truth. Every October, The Simpsons produces a Treehouse of Horror episode. These are anthology specials, 3 separate horror parody stories presented under a single umbrella, and they operate under a different set of rules than the show's regular episodes. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are officially non-canonical. What happens in them does not affect the regular timeline. Characters die in them and return in the next week's episode without acknowledgement. The laws of physics are suspended. Moral consequences are eliminated. The show can do in these episodes what it cannot do in the main timeline. It can let the horror be real. And it is in these episodes that the show has repeatedly, apparently accidentally, told you things about Springfield that the main timeline refuses to acknowledge. Consider the patterns across the Treehouse of Horror canon. The episodes that hit hardest, the ones that have stayed with audiences for decades, are not the ones that riff on external horror properties. They are the ones that use the horror framework to do something to Springfield's regular characters that the regular timeline prohibits. They are the episodes that let Homer die meaningfully, that let Springfield's social order collapse completely, that let the character's suppressed darkness take actual, visible form. The episodes that use the horror format not as a genre exercise, but as a permission structure to say the things that the regular show has to keep quiet. In the regular show, Homer's violence toward Bart is presented as a running gag. It is something the show neutralizes through exaggeration and frequency, the same way other dark things in Springfield are neutralized. In the Treehouse of Horror episode Treehouse of Horror 5, the segment The Shinning does not neutralize Homer's violence. It amplifies it. It takes the baseline aggression that lives underneath Homer's comic frustration and removes the comedy, and what remains is genuinely frightening. Homer, isolated from beer and television, goes homicidal. He chases his family through a labyrinth with an axe. The show presents this as a shining parody, but the horror of it is not borrowed from the Kubrick film. The horror of it is that the thing Homer becomes in that segment does not feel entirely unlike the thing Homer already is in the regular episodes, just without the safety nets. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are the show's pressure valve. They are the place where everything the regular timeline has suppressed comes out in a form that can be laughed at and then safely returned to the box. And in returning those things to the box, the episodes also confirm that the things are real. The violence is real. The darkness is real. The horror underneath the comedy is real. The Treehouse episodes don't generate these things from nothing. They release what has been accumulating all year in the regular episodes, give it shape and narrative form, and then seal it away again when the credits roll. This is the leak. Not one episode, but the pattern across decades of episodes. The Treehouse of Horror anthology has functioned across its entire run as the show's most honest output. Not because the events in it are canonical, but because the content of it is true. The things it depicts, the violence and the paranoia and the societal collapse and the specific horror of each individual character's worst potential made manifest. These are not inventions. They are extrapolations. They are what happens when you take Springfield's regular dynamics and follow them to their logical conclusions without the circuit breakers that the regular format requires. Let's look at specific moments. In Treehouse of Horror 2, the segment The Monkey's Paw. grants wishes to the Simpson family with the obligatory terrible consequences. Homer's wishes are chaotic and self-interested. The family suffers for them. This is the regular episode's dynamic stripped of its usual resolution. In a regular episode, Homer's selfishness causes problems that are fixed by the end of the half hour. In the Monkey's Paw segment, Homer's selfishness causes problems, and then the episode ends with the damage persisting. No fix. No restoration of the status quo. The harm is acknowledged and left in place. The Treehouse format is doing what the regular format cannot, letting Homer's actions have actual lasting consequences. The Burns segment in the same episode, in which Burns's brain is transplanted into a robot and he creates an army with which to oppress Springfield, is structured as comedy, but is the radiation theory made explicit in a horror register. Burns, artificially sustained, using technology to maintain a body that should have stopped functioning, extending his control over Springfield through the application of sufficient power to overcome any resistance. The regular show depicts all of this too, but the Treehouse version lets it be what it is. Frightening. The comedy doesn't cover it entirely, something remains. In Treehouse of Horror 4, the segment The Devil and Homer Simpson plays Homer's deal with the devil, for his soul as broad comedy but ends in a genuinely strange place. Homer's soul is saved not by any virtue or intelligence on Homer's part, but by a technicality, a legal loophole discovered by Marge. Homer did not earn the redemption. He was saved by the legal maneuvering of his wife while he sat inert and helpless. The regular show plays similar dynamics, but always with enough comedy to neutralize the implications. In the Treehouse version, the implication is harder to neutralize. Homer is someone to whom things happen. His agency is minimal. His family saves him from consequences he created, and he receives the rescue without any particular awareness of what it cost them. This is not a comfortable reading. The show is not comfortable with this reading either, which is why the Treehouse format is necessary. The horror framework gives the show permission to let something true show through. And what shows through is a portrait of Homer's relationship to his family that the comedy usually manages carefully to keep from becoming visible in this form. The Treehouse of Horror episodes also contain the show's most sustained engagement with mortality, which the regular timeline has very specific ways of avoiding. In the regular timeline, death is a reset. People die and return. The show's characters are functionally immortal. In the Treehouse episodes, death is more like death. It has weight, it has consequences. The characters who die in these episodes often stay dead within the logic of the segment, and the experience of watching them die is different from watching a regular character death, because the horror format gives the deaths permission to be taken seriously. This is the show telling you something about the regular timeline's treatment of death that it cannot say directly. The deaths in the regular show that are treated as resets, that happen and are forgotten, that occur to characters like Hans Moleman with comedic frequency and no consequences, those deaths are not actually weightless. The Treehouse episodes are the place where the show admits that they are not weightless, where it drops the comedy frame just long enough to let you feel what a death actually is, and then picks the frame back up and continues. There is one Treehouse of Horror storyline that went further than any other, and that has generated more discussion than almost any other single Simpsons moment. It is the segment from Treehouse of Horror 7 called The Genesis Tub, in which Lisa accidentally creates life in a petri dish, and the miniature civilization that develops worships her as a god. The segment ends with Lisa unable to return to her normal size, stranded in the miniature world while Bart presents the experiment as his own and takes credit for it. Read it straight. A creator is trapped in her own creation. The civilization she made worships her but cannot hear her or help her. She is present to them as a goddess but experienced by herself as a prisoner. She watches her brother take credit for her work, and there is nothing she can do about it. The regular shows Lisa is already a prisoner of her intelligence, of Springfield's inability to accommodate her, of her family's tendency to overlook or appropriate her contributions. The Genesis tub makes the metaphor explicit, and the horror format lets it be terrible instead of comedic. This is the leak at its most concentrated. The treehouse of horror episodes are the pressure valve and also the diagnostic tool. They show you that in the language of horror rather than comedy, what the regular show is actually about. They translate Springfield's dynamics into a register where the true emotional content is harder to neutralize with a laugh. And they do it every October, year after year, which means that once a year the show lets the mask slip just far enough for the thing underneath to be briefly, clearly visible. The things it shows you are not new. They are not imported from outside the show's world. They are the things that have been present in Springfield all along, visible if you know where to look, maintained in their suppressed state by the comedy format that the regular show requires. The treehouse of horror episodes are not exceptions to The Simpsons. They are the version of The Simpsons that has the least to hide. Section 10. The Marge Enigma, the most unknowable character in the family. Let's talk about Marge. Not the Marge who makes sandwiches and worries and keeps the family together. Not the Marge who is Homer's patient and somewhat improbable devoted partner across 3 decades of marriage. Let's talk about the Marge who exists underneath those functions. The person who was there before the house and the marriage and the children, whose inner life the show has been circling for 36 years without ever quite landing on. Marge Bouvier grew up in Springfield, the third of the Bouvier sisters. She was, by all available evidence, genuinely bright, creative, and possessed of ambitions that extended beyond what Springfield ordinarily produced in its female residents of her generation. She painted. Not as a hobby, not as a therapeutic distraction, but with genuine skill and what appeared, in the episodes that addressed her artistic capacity, to be genuine artistic vision. The show established early in the first season episode Bart the Genius that Marge's artistic talent was real, and it returned to that talent across many episodes and seasons, with enough consistency to suggest that it was meant as something more than a quirk. Marge is a painter. This is one of the things we know about her that the show keeps establishing and then setting aside. She painted the Bouvier sisters. She painted Springfield. She painted a nude portrait that became the subject of an episode. She painted with commitment and apparent engagement every time the show gave her the chance. And then the painting was put away and Marge returned to the kitchen and the worrying and the management of her family's chaos. And the painter in her was folded back into the mother and the wife and the homemaker. This is not unusual for characters on animated shows, where inner lives are necessarily simplified to serve the comedy and the plot. But that the show has repeatedly signaled that the simplification is a simplification. That the version of Marge we primarily see is not the whole of her, but a specific aspect that the domestic circumstances of her life have made dominant. The painter, the ambitions woman, the person who might have been something other than what she became if her circumstances had been different. These are visible in Marge if you look for them. The show has made them visible. It has just consistently chosen not to develop them. Let's talk about the most haunting Marge storyline that the show ever pursued and never finished. In Season 2, the episode The War of the Simpsons, Homer throws a party where he gets drunk and behaves badly. His behavior at the party, his public embarrassment of Marge, his inability to moderate himself even in circumstances where moderation is clearly required, precipitates a marital crisis. Marge insists they go to couples counseling. They go to a camp run by Reverend Lovejoy. And while they are at the camp, Marge deals with the genuine damage that Homer's behavior has done to the relationship. And Homer spends the weekend pursuing a legendary catfish that he has always wanted to catch. At the end of the episode, Homer chooses to release the fish rather than lose Marge's respect entirely. This is treated as a turning point, as evidence of Homer's love and his capacity for genuine sacrifice. And within the episode's logic, it functions as that. But zoom out. Marge went to couples counseling, and what she got was a weekend where her husband pursued a fish hobby instead of engaging with the actual work the counseling was meant to do, followed by a single gesture of sacrifice that is immediately framed as evidence of redemption. The marital problem is resolved, not by any actual reckoning with the behavior that caused it, but by one symbolic act at the end of the episode. This is the pattern of every serious challenge to the Homer and Marge marriage. The challenge is introduced. It is developed enough to establish its reality. And then it is resolved, usually by Homer, through a gesture or a grand romantic act that addresses the surface of the problem without engaging with its structure. The marriage continues. The reset occurs. And the underlying issues, Homer's narcissism, his emotional immaturity, his consistent prioritizing of his own desires over the family's needs, are set aside until the next episode requires a conflict. Marge accepts this pattern. She accepts it with a consistency that is either the expression of genuine love or the expression of something much more troubling, depending on how you read her. She accepts it with patience, with periodic frustration, with occasional breakdowns that the show uses as the emotional climax of an episode before the resolution, returns her to patience. She accepts it in ways that make her alternately the most loving and the most troubling figure in the show's central relationships. Because the question the show has never asked about Marge's patience is whether it is actually patience or whether it is something else. Whether the woman who could have been a painter, who has real intelligence and real creativity and real ambitions that the show has established and then set aside, has made a genuine peace with her life, or whether she has simply arrived at a relationship with her own dissatisfaction that allows her to function without resolving it. There's an episode in which Marge develops agoraphobia. In another, she develops a gambling addiction. In another, she begins to question whether her domestic role is what she actually wants. In another, she returns to school. In another, she gets a job that she is good at and that she clearly finds meaningful. These episodes exist alongside each other, connected by the character's name and voice and physical appearance, but not by any continuous psychological development that would make the various Marges into a single person with a coherent inner life. Marge the agoraphobic, and Marge the confident homemaker, and Marge the frustrated artist, and Marge the gambler are all Marge. But they are not integrated into a single portrait. This is partly the floating timeline. Without aging, without sustained character development, the Marge who dealt with agoraphobia in one season cannot carry the experience of it into subsequent seasons. And the Marge who gambled compulsively cannot carry the experience of recovery into the next story. Each Marge is complete in her episode. None of them knows what the others know. But it is also something more specific to Marge's function in the show. Marge is the show's emotional foundation. She is the one who keeps everything together. And for the show to work, she has to keep keeping everything together. Her function, her structural role in the narrative, requires her to be stable in a way that Homer and Bart and Lisa are not required to be stable. They are allowed their chaos. Their dysfunction generates plot. Marge's stability is what absorbs the chaos, manages the dysfunction, and produces the episode's resolutions. If Marge becomes unstable, if the foundation cracks in a way that is not repaired by the end of the episode, the whole structure becomes untenable. The show has occasionally allowed the foundation to crack in more sustained ways. The episode Fear of Flying from season 6 is probably the most honest Marge episode the show has produced. Marge develops a fear of flying. The episode pursues the psychological origin of the fear into territory that reveals something genuine about Marge's relationship to her own history, her father, her sense of self, the ways in which her identity has been shaped by things she has never fully processed. The episode is unusual in the seriousness with which it pursues this territory. It feels like a different kind of Simpsons episode, one that actually wants to know something about Marge rather than just using her as the resolution engine. And then the episode ends, and the fear of flying is resolved, and Marge goes back to being the foundation. What the episode found, the specific texture of her psychological history, and the ways in which it shapes her behavior, is not carried forward. It was used and set aside. Here is perhaps the most interesting question the show has never answered about Marge. Why does she stay? This is not asked as a criticism. It is asked as a genuine question about her inner life. She stays because she loves Homer, clearly. She stays because she loves her children, clearly. She stays because the family she has built is real and valuable, and the alternative, whatever that alternative would look like, is not obviously better. These are real answers, and they are sufficient for the comedy to work. But they are not complete. Because Marge is intelligent enough to see her situation clearly. The show has established this. She is not protected by Homer's cognitive limitations, or by Bart's oppositional identity, or by Lisa's compensating inner world of ideas. She sees what her life is and she chooses it, repeatedly and apparently consciously, and the show has never fully explored what that choosing costs her or what it is built on. The radiation theory has an answer for Marge's patience. The same contamination that diminishes Homer's cognitive function might, in Marge's case, have affected her differently. Not reducing her intelligence, but perhaps reducing the capacity for the kind of existential restlessness that would make her circumstances feel unbearable. She might be as exposed as Homer, but the exposure might have blunted the edges of her dissatisfaction, rather than the substance of her intelligence. The coma theory has a different answer. If everything is Homer's dream, then Marge is his dream of Marge. She is patient because he needs her to be patient. She is beautiful because he needs her to be beautiful. She is there every morning because the most important thing his dreaming mind can imagine is someone who stays. In the coma dream, Marge's patience is not Marge's psychology. It is Homer's prayer. It is the thing he most needs to be true about the person he loves most. The show has given us many Marges across 36 seasons, and none of them is complete. Each one is true in her episode and incomplete in herself. The painter and the homemaker, and the agoraphobic and the gambler, and the patient wife and the occasionally furious woman at the end of her tether, all of them are Marge, and none of them is the whole of her. The whole of her is somewhere behind the blue hair and the patient expression, and the manageable catastrophes of 742 Evergreen Terrace. Attending to things that require her attention, being the foundation that the story requires, and keeping very carefully and very quietly the parts of herself that the story cannot accommodate. What is in there in the space behind the foundation is the show's deepest and most sustained mystery. Not because it is complicated, because it is human. Because it involves the inner life of a person who has consistently been more useful to the narrative as a function than as a subject, and who has, despite that utility, managed to reveal enough of herself across 36 years to make it clear that there is far more to reveal. Marge is still there. She will be there next week and the week after, making the sandwiches and doing the worrying and being the thing that holds everything else up. And somewhere in there, very quietly, someone is painting something that nobody has asked to see yet. And the painting, when it is finished, will be the truest thing in Springfield. Section 11. The Secondary Springfield. Characters who appeared once and explained everything. There's a category of Simpsons character that gets almost no attention in the endless discussion of the show's mysteries. And that is the category of character who appeared in a single episode, resolved a specific narrative problem with remarkable efficiency, and then vanished from Springfield entirely, never to be referenced again. These characters, taken together, form a kind of secondary Springfield, a parallel population that the show revealed and then immediately withdrew, leaving behind only the episodes in which they appeared as evidence that they ever existed at all. The most intriguing members of this category are not the celebrity guest appearances, though those are interesting in their own way. The most intriguing members are the original characters, the people invented specifically for single episodes, whose brief appearances contained more genuine depth and specificity than many recurring characters receive across dozens of appearances. Consider Frank Grimes, the character from the Season 8 episode Homer's Enemy. Frank Grimes is one of the show's most deliberately conceived characters, created specifically to answer the question of what happens when a competent, hard-working, principled person encounters Homer Simpson and takes him seriously. Grimes worked for everything he had. He earned his qualifications through genuine effort under genuinely difficult circumstances. He arrives at the nuclear power plant expecting that merit is what determines outcomes. He is confronted immediately and inescapably with Homer, who has achieved his position through a combination of luck, low expectations, and the particular institutional protection that Burns' arrangement with Grandpa Simpson provides. Grimes cannot reconcile what Homer is with what Homer has. He tries. The show depicts his attempts to understand the logic of Homer's situation with genuine empathy for the impossibility of the project. There is no logic. Homer has what he has because the system that governs Springfield is not a meritocracy and has never pretended to be one internally, even as it presents a meritocratic face to its residents. Homer's employment is not evidence that competence is valued. It is evidence that the opposite is true, that incompetence, specifically Homer's specific brand of affable, non-threatening incompetence, is strategically useful to the plant's actual power structure. Grimes goes insane. This is the episode's climax, its resolution, its punchline. Unable to integrate the evidence before him with any coherent understanding of how the world should work, Grimes' mind breaks. He starts mimicking Homer. He starts doing the things Homer does, the dangerous things, the things that should have consequences but never do. And then he dies, grabbing live electrical cables that Homer would have survived through sheer resilience. Because Grimes is a normal person, in a world where normality is fatal. The episode ends with Homer asleep at Grimes' funeral, snoring while the eulogy is delivered. This is the show's most direct statement of its own moral universe, and it is delivered through a character who exists only in that single episode. Grimes was created to die. He was created to demonstrate what the regular show cannot demonstrate using its regular characters, who are too embedded in the comedy format to absorb this level of darkness and remain functional for the next episode. Grimes is the truth that Springfield cannot contain, and so the show created him, used him, and removed him, leaving behind an episode that functions almost as a different show from the one surrounding it. The other category of single-episode character worth extended attention is the one that contains Springfield's various authority figures, visiting officials and representatives of institutions outside Springfield, who encounter the town and respond to it with reactions that mirror what a real person's reaction to Springfield would be. The EPA official who seals the dome in the Simpsons movie, the state investigators who periodically appear to address Springfield's various institutional crises, the federal agents who occasionally intervene in Springfield's legal or environmental disasters. These characters are interesting because they represent the point of contact between Springfield's abnormal reality and the outside world's expectations of what normal looks like. Every time an outside authority figure encounters Springfield, the encounter follows a specific pattern. The authority figure arrives with expectations based on how institutions are supposed to function. They encounter Springfield's actual institutional reality, which does not match those expectations. They respond with varying degrees of confusion, alarm, and ultimately ineffectiveness. And then they leave. Either they are defeated by Springfield's particular form of resistance to outside scrutiny, or they are incorporated into the town's dynamic in a way that neutralizes their authority, or they simply conclude that Springfield is beyond the reach of whatever mechanism they represent. This pattern is one of the show's most consistent and one of its most revealing. The outside world cannot fix Springfield, not because Springfield is uniquely resistant to fixing, because the outside world's mechanisms for addressing communities like Springfield are not equal to the scale and entrenched nature of what Springfield represents. The EPA comes to Springfield and seals a dome over it. That is the most decisive intervention any federal agency has ever attempted anywhere in the show's universe. And the resolution is that the dome is eventually removed and Springfield continues. The intervention did not change Springfield. It contained it temporarily and then retreated. This is, if you read it carefully, a genuinely dark observation about the relationship between institutions and the communities they are meant to serve. Springfield is beyond the reach of the tools the outside world has for dealing with it. Not because Springfield is special, but because the kind of thing Springfield is, the fully captured, deeply entrenched, self-sustaining institutional dysfunction that the show depicts, is genuinely resistant to the kinds of interventions that institutions are designed to provide. You cannot fix Springfield with an EPA investigation. You cannot fix it with a federal grant or an educational reform or a political change or a new police chief. The capture is too complete. The loop is too tight. The single-episode characters who come to Springfield to fix it and fail are the show's way of telling you this. Each one arrives with authority, with competence, with genuine intention to address what is demonstrably wrong. Each one leaves having accomplished nothing lasting. And Springfield continues, as it always has, having absorbed the intervention and rendered it temporary. There is something almost restful about this, if you approach it from the right angle. Springfield will outlast every attempt to change it. Not because it is strong, but because it is persistent. Because the mechanisms that maintain it are more durable than the mechanisms designed to challenge it. Because the town has been doing this for 36 years, and the outside authorities have been failing to fix it for 36 years, and nobody has given up, and nobody has succeeded, and the loop continues. The single-episode characters are the evidence of the attempts. Their failures are the evidence of the loop's durability. And the show's treatment of them, sympathetic but ultimately not hopeful, is the clearest statement The Simpsons has ever made about its own understanding of what Springfield is and what it can become. Which is to say this. Exactly this. Forever. Section 12. The Loop Itself. Why Springfield never changes and what that actually means. Let's come to rest here. At the end of our time in Springfield, in the question that every theory in this entire discussion has been circling without quite arriving at. The question is not about radiation or comas or mob connections or unresolved storylines. The question is simpler and stranger than any of those. The question is, what is the loop actually for? Because there is a loop. We have established this thoroughly. Springfield resets. Characters do not age. Catastrophes are forgotten. Storylines are introduced and abandoned. The same dynamics recur across 36 seasons in ways that, taken together, constitute something more than lazy writing or narrative convenience. They constitute a pattern, a structure, a shape that the show has maintained with remarkable consistency across its entire run. And patterns, especially patterns as sustained and as consistent as this one, are not accidental. They are not the result of nobody noticing. A show that has been examined as thoroughly as The Simpsons by as many intelligent and attentive people does not maintain a pattern across 36 years without intending it. The loop is intentional. The question is what the intention is. Here is the most honest answer this 4-hour examination of Springfield's mysteries has been working toward. The loop is for us, not for the characters who are trapped in it. Not for Springfield, which maintains it through collective denial and institutional capture, and the specific pathologies the show has depicted across its run. For us. For the audience. For the people who have been watching this show since 1989, or since 1995, or since 2005, or since their parents put it on. When they were children, and they absorbed it into their understanding of what families look like and what American towns look like and what the domestic rituals of ordinary life feel like. The Simpsons has been running long enough that it is part of how a generation of people understand domesticity. Not because it is realistic, it is not remotely realistic, but because it has been present for so long, in so many homes, at so many moments, that its version of domestic life has become a reference point, a touchstone, something you compare your own family to, not to be like them, but because they are the family you know best. Homer is still at the power plant. Marge is still in the kitchen. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still 1. And the couch in the opening credits is still there. And the family still piles onto it, and the television flickers to life, and Springfield is still Springfield. This is what we built. Over 36 years and hundreds of millions of viewings and more cultural influence than almost any other piece of entertainment in American history, we built this. We took a show that was meant to be a satirical deconstruction of the American family, and we loved it so thoroughly and so completely that it became the thing it was satirizing. We loved Springfield until Springfield became real, or at least as real as anything that appears on a screen for half an hour every week can become. The mysteries we have spent 4 hours exploring are not hidden. They are visible. They have always been visible. The radiation and the corruption and the institutional capture and the suppressed inner lives and the unresolved storylines and the characters who appeared once and were never explained, all of it has been right there in the episodes, available for anyone who wanted to look. The show has not hidden its darkness. It has deployed it within a comedy format and trusted that most viewers would process the comedy and absorb the darkness without fully registering it. What this long, slow, quiet examination has tried to do is to register it, to sit with the darkness without the comedy buffer, to let the things the show has been saying for 36 years land in the way they would land if you read them in a novel, or heard them told by a voice in the dark instead of experienced them through the mediation of a laugh track and a cartoon aesthetic. Springfield is a town in trouble. It has been in trouble since the first episode, and it will be in trouble in the last episode, and somewhere in the middle of all that trouble it has also been, genuinely and unmistakably, a home. A place where people love each other and fail each other and forgive each other and fail again, and keep going, because keeping going is what you do when the people you love are here and you cannot imagine anywhere else. The Homer who is maybe dreaming and the Homer who is definitely irradiated And the Homer who was broken by burns before he was old enough to understand what was happening to him. All of those Homers are also the Homer who comes home at 5:30 and the door opens and the house is there and Marge is there and the kids are there and the beer is cold and the couch is available. Whatever else Springfield is, whatever conspiracy is woven into its institutions, and whatever poison is in its water, and whatever deals were made in its basements, it is also that. The place where Homer comes home. That is the loop's deepest function. Not to protect Burns or sustain the mob or maintain the institutional dysfunction. To preserve the moment of arrival, the door opening, the family present, the house still standing. The show has been saying this since April 1993, or since December 1989, or since whenever your personal relationship with Springfield began. The loop exists because letting it end would mean acknowledging that the moment of arrival is temporary, and that the people inside the house will change and grow and leave, and that the house will be different, and then the house will be gone, and the street will be different, and the town will change, and the show will end, and the credits will roll for the last time on something that was, however strange, and dark, and unresolved, and mythological, also just a family. In a house. On a street. In a town that nobody can quite find on any map. But you know where it is. You have always known where it is. It is wherever you watched it for the first time. In the specific room and the specific light and the specific moment of your life when Springfield first opened its doors and let you in. It is in the yellow of the characters' faces and the blue of Marge's impossible hair and the warm orange of a perpetual Sunday evening in which the couch is always available and the family is always home, and the mystery of who shot Mr. Burns and where Springfield is located and why nobody ever ages is just part of the texture of a place that has been home for long enough that its strangeness has become familiar. The mysteries don't have answers. Or rather, the mysteries have many answers, all of them true in their way, none of them complete. The radiation happened and the coma happened, and the mob is in the walls and the principal is not who he says he is and Maggie knows everything, and the school is failing on purpose and Marge is a painter who doesn't paint, and Ned's goodness is a yee and Krusty never got over his father, and Apu knows more than he will ever say. All of this is true. None of it cancels out the couch. None of it makes the moment of arrival less real. Springfield is open. It has always been open. Come in, sit down, let the loop carry you. The mysteries will still be there in the morning. Everything will still be there in the morning. Everything is always still there in the morning. That is the promise the show has been making for 36 years. It is a strange promise. It is an impossible promise. It is the promise that a man lying in a hospital bed made to himself in a dream, or the promise that a contaminated town made to its poisoned residents, or the promise that America makes to itself every time it needs to believe that the family in the house is okay and the house is still standing and the door will open when you need it to. The Simpsons keeps making the promise. We keep accepting it. The loop turns. Springfield waits. And somewhere on a couch in a house on Evergreen Terrace, in a town that is everywhere and nowhere, a family is watching television and laughing, and the light from the screen falls on their faces, and they are in this moment and in every moment, exactly where they are supposed to be. Thank you for spending 4 hours in Springfield with me. The mysteries will be here when you wake up. They always are. Sleep well. End of script extended exploration. Section 1. The geography deeper. Let us linger in Springfield's impossible geography a little longer, because the more you pull at this thread, the stranger and more interesting it becomes. Consider the weather. Springfield's climate across the show's run is a meteorological impossibility. In Bart vs. Australia, the family travels to the southern hemisphere, And the episode uses the opportunity to make pointed jokes about cultural differences. But the existence of this episode requires that Springfield be close enough to a major international airport with global connections to make such a trip plausible on the family's income and within the episode's time frame. The geography implied by the ease of global travel from Springfield is inconsistent with the geography implied by the show's many scenes of driving through rural American landscapes to get anywhere at all. In Homer versus the 18th Amendment, Springfield institutes prohibition, and the local response, the speed with which a bootleg economy establishes itself, the particular flavor of Prohibition-era corruption that the episode depicts, feels unmistakably like a Midwestern or Northeastern city of the early 20th century. The architecture, the social fabric, the texture of corruption that the episode evokes is specific and historically grounded in a way that accidentally locates Springfield in the post-industrial American Midwest more precisely than almost any other episode. But then you have Flaming Moe's, in which Springfield is depicted as a city with enough of an entertainment and bar culture to sustain a nationally recognized phenomenon overnight. The kind of thing that happens in New York or Chicago or Los Angeles, but not typically in the small to medium American cities that Springfield most closely resembles in its day-to-day life. The economy of Springfield's nightlife, when the show chooses to depict it, suggests a city of substantially greater scale than the suburban domesticity of Evergreen Terrace would imply. And there is the matter of Springfield's relationship to nature. The wilderness that surrounds Springfield, the forests, the mountains, the areas beyond the town's clear borders, is depicted as being genuinely wild in a way that few American communities of Springfield's apparent size and vintage would have access to. There are bears in the woods near Springfield. Real bears, not zoo bears. Bears that wander into town and cause civic panic in much apu about nothing. There is a gorge deep enough and wide enough to be dangerous. There is a mountain range tall enough to support serious mountaineering. The wilderness available to Springfield on all sides is more consistent with the geography of the American West than with any more densely settled part of the country. Yet Springfield has the social and institutional texture of the East, the compressed geography, the aging infrastructure, the class stratification, the political history. It has Ivy League echoes. Burns attended Yale. Several characters have educational connections to the Northeastern establishment universities, alongside the populist working-class culture more typical of the industrial heartland. This combination, Western wildness, Eastern institutional texture, Midwestern economic reality, is not accidental and is not simply lazy. It is a composite, and the composite is doing something specific. It is constructing a version of America that contains all of America's most recognizable elements simultaneously, that allows the show to draw on any aspect of the national experience it needs for any given episode without being constrained by geographic plausibility. The show's writers were, from the beginning, extremely well-educated people who understood American geography and history thoroughly. They were not making geographic errors, they were making geographic choices. The choice to make Springfield impossible was the first and foundational creative decision from which all of the show's other creative choices flow. By freeing Springfield from any specific American location, the show freed itself from any specific American story. It could tell any story it needed to tell. It could deploy any American archetype, any regional specificity, any historical reference that served the episode's purposes, without being constrained by the need to maintain a geographically coherent world. This is the deepest wisdom in the Springfield geography mystery, and it is worth sitting with in the dark. The show's most important creative act was not any specific episode or character or storyline. It was the decision to make the setting indefinite, to build a town that could be any American town, that could serve as the stage for any American story, that was flexible enough to contain everything the writers needed it to contain. Springfield's impossible geography is the show's permission slip. And then there is the question of what Springfield's geography means to the characters who live in it. None of Springfield's residents ever comment on the strangeness of their location. They drive from the suburbs to the beach without noting that the beach should not be there. They take ski trips to mountains that are implausibly close. They visit the desert that exists, apparently, just past the edge of town. They navigate a geography that is physically impossible without any apparent awareness of its impossibility. This might just be because they are fictional characters in a cartoon comedy, and fictional characters in cartoon comedies are not required to notice the physical contradictions of their setting. But it might also be telling us something about what Springfield does to the cognition of its residents. If the radiation theory is correct, if Springfield is a town whose population has been chronically exposed to cognitive impairing levels of radiation from the power plant, then the residents' apparent inability to notice the geographical impossibility of their environment is of a piece with their inability to notice the three-eyed fish and the glowing billionaire and the human skeletons in the plant's basement. The radiation doesn't just suppress specific awareness. It suppresses the general capacity for critical observation that would allow anyone to notice that their town doesn't make physical sense. The geography is impossible. The residents cannot see it. Both of these facts, taken together, are the show's most sustained and least remarked upon joke. Extended Exploration. Section 2. The Underworld Goes Deeper. The Springfield criminal ecosystem is considerably more complex than it first appears, and there are aspects of it that the show has introduced and never resolved in ways that are worth examining carefully. The first and most persistent mystery of the Springfield underworld is its apparent self-regulation. Fat Tony's organization operates in Springfield with a consistency and stability that organized crime in real cities rarely achieves. Real mob organizations are constantly threatened by internal power struggles, by competition from rival organizations, by the attrition of prison sentences and violent deaths, by the persistent attention of law enforcement that, even in corrupt cities, must occasionally act in ways that threaten criminal stability. Springfield's mob is remarkably stable. Fat Tony runs it. He has always run it. And while there are episodes that threaten this stability, the organization reliably returns to its baseline configuration. Even Fat Tony's death and replacement with Fit Tony, which should by all logic represent a destabilizing transition, results in an organization functionally identical to the one that existed before. The mob continues. The territory remains intact. The arrangement with the Spament with the city government holds. This stability is interesting because real organized crime is not stable in this way. Real organized crime is dynamic, competitive, and fragile in ways that the show's version of Springfield criminality never quite is. The question is, why? What is maintaining the stability of Springfield's criminal ecosystem with such reliability that even the death of the organization's leader produces no lasting disruption? One answer, suggested by the broader structural analysis we've been building throughout this discussion, is that Springfield's criminal ecosystem is stable because it serves the interests of the people who actually run Springfield. And those people are not, at the end of the day, Fat Tony or Chief Wiggum or Mayor Quimby. Those people are the figures at the top of the actual power structure, Mr. Burns and the institutional interests he represents. A stable mob is a predictable mob. A predictable mob is a manageable mob. Burns, who has been running Springfield through institutional and economic power for over a century, understands that the criminal ecosystem, like every other ecosystem in Springfield, is most useful when it is predictable and controlled. Fat Tony's organization, under this reading, is not operating in spite of Burns's power. It is operating within it. The mob is not a threat to the institutional order of Springfield. It is part of the institutional order, serving specific functions that the more legitimate institutions cannot serve, providing specific kinds of stability through the persuasion and enforcement mechanisms that legitimate institutions legally cannot employ. This is, once again, not an observation unique to Springfield. Real urban political economies often involve exactly this kind of functional integration between legitimate and illegitimate power structures. The insight that organized crime often serves institutional power rather than threatening it is well established in both historical scholarship and lived experience. What is interesting about The Simpsons is that it depicts this dynamic, persistently and consistently within a comedy format that allows it to be present without ever being directly named or examined. There is another aspect of the Springfield underworld that deserves more attention than it receives, and that is the matter of the weapons. Springfield has an extraordinary number of firearms. The show depicts gun ownership as both prevalent and casual in ways that are occasionally played for comedy and occasionally played for something more serious. The annual gun show episode and various other firearms-adjacent storylines across the show's run create a picture of a community awash in weapons. Chief Wiggum himself is a significant source of irresponsibility around firearms. His weapon appears to be perpetually in danger of going off accidentally, and there are several episodes where the Springfield Police Department's handling of firearms suggests a level of recklessness that would be alarming in any real law enforcement context. Who provides the weapons? Where do they come from? The show never examines the supply chain of Springfield's civilian armament. And this is itself interesting because in a real city with the level of casual gun violence that Springfield depicts, the source of those weapons would be an important part of understanding the criminal ecosystem. Weapons that circulate through a community come from somewhere. They're purchased, stolen, traded, or supplied through networks that have structure and logic of their own. In Springfield, the weapons just exist. They are present in the environment like weather, part of the background conditions of the town. And this treatment of firearms as environmental conditions rather than as objects with histories and supply chains is actually one of the show's more pointed observations about American gun culture. The guns are just there. Nobody asks where they came from. Nobody tracks them. Nobody wonders about the network of distribution that makes them available. They are part of the landscape, like the weather and the impossible geography. They are one more thing that Springfield's population has decided not to notice. Extended Exploration. Section 3. Sideshow Bob's Missing Years. There is a period of Sideshow Bob's life that the show has never addressed, and it is the period between his childhood in England and his arrival in Springfield as Krusty's sidekick. We know his family background, the genteel British upbringing, the education that gave him his vocabulary and his cultural references, the relationship with his brother Cecil that would eventually produce its own criminal legacy. We know his destination, the Springfield entertainment industry, the lowest stakes media market imaginable, a local children's television program hosted by a man who cannot read. The gap between these two data points, the privileged British upbringing and the American small city entertainment career, is one of the show's most interesting unexamined spaces. What happened in between? What brought Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr. from his family's presumably comfortable circumstances to a job where he spent his days getting pies thrown at his face by a circus-trained comedian? The answer the show implies without ever stating is failure. Some ambition of Bob's failed before Springfield, Some attempt to achieve the kind of recognition and respect his intelligence warranted fell short in a context where the shortfall was visible enough to be genuinely humiliating. And in the aftermath of that failure, Springfield was what was available. The sidekick job was what was on offer. And a man of Bob's pride took it, perhaps telling himself it was temporary, perhaps already developing the dark energy that would eventually express itself in the frame-up. There is something deeply familiar about this narrative, even if the specifics are fantastical. The person of exceptional ability who finds themselves in a situation far beneath their capacity, who has come there through a failure they have not quite processed, who does the job with a barely contained contempt that is more about themselves than about the job. This is a recognizable human type. It appears in offices and schools and hospitals and everywhere else that intelligent people end up doing things that do not satisfy them. Bob's contempt for Krusty and for the entertainment industry and for the general cultural level of Springfield was not simply aristocratic snobbery, though it had that quality. It was the contempt of someone who had tried the world they thought they deserved and had not succeeded, and who had ended up in a much smaller world, and who could not forgive either the world that rejected them or the smaller world that received them. The crayon in the brain moment of Bob's psychological history, the specific injury that produced the specific pathology we see in the show, is not the frame-up. The frame-up was a symptom, an expression of the pathology. The pathology was formed earlier, in whatever happened between England and Springfield, in the gap the show has never filled. This unaddressed gap is one of the show's most artful omissions. Bob is more interesting because we don't know what broke him. The mystery of origin makes the specific behaviors, the obsession with Bart, the recurring imprisonment, the theatrical villainy, feel deeper and more earned than they would if we had a clean causal explanation. What happened before Krusty is the wound. What we see in every episode with Bob is the scar tissue, and scar tissue, by its nature, tells you something happened without telling you exactly what. The other thing worth sitting with in the sideshow Bob mystery is the question of what he would do if he succeeded. If Bob actually killed Bart, if he finally, in some hypothetical episode that the show would never actually produce, accomplished his stated goal, what would happen to him? The answer, I think, is that he would be completely lost. Not in the practical sense of being imprisoned forever, though that would certainly occur. Lost in a deeper sense. The obsession with Bart is not a means to an end. It is the end. It is the organizing principle of Bob's life, the structure around which everything else is arranged. Without it, Bob would have no narrative. He would be a free man with no story, an intelligent person with no project, a character without a plot. The obsession with Bart is, paradoxically, the thing that keeps Bob alive in the most meaningful sense. It gives him a purpose. It gives him something to organize his considerable intelligence around. It makes every day meaningful, even if the meaning is dark. This is the show's most private joke about Sideshow Bob. The villain cannot win because winning would destroy him. He is sustained by failure. He is, in a very specific and slightly heartbreaking way, exactly what Springfield deserves. A person whose intelligence and energy are entirely consumed by something that can never be resolved. Extended Exploration. Section 4. The Selma. Marriages in Depth. Selma Bouvier's 5 marriages are each, on their own terms, worthy of serious attention, because each one tells a slightly different story about what Selma is looking for and why she cannot find it. The marriage to Sideshow Bob is the most obviously catastrophic. Bob agreed to marry Selma as part of a scheme to inherit her money and then murder her and use the inheritance to flee prosecution. The episode makes the predatory nature of the arrangement clear from early on. And yet, and this is what makes the episode interesting, Bob, in the course of the marriage, appears to develop some genuine affection for Selma. Not enough to prevent his planning her murder, but enough that the affection is noticeable. Selma, surrounded by cigarette smoke and her MacGyver tapes, watching her stories on television while Bob seethes quietly about the cultural wasteland he has married into, is more comfortable in the marriage than she has any right to be. She is happy, or something close to it. She has what she wanted: a husband, a household, a recognizable shape of domestic life. The fact that the husband was planning to kill her is, on one level, evidence that Selma's judgment in romantic matters is catastrophic. But on another level, the Bob episode reveals something about what Selma needs from a relationship that goes beyond mere survival. She needs to be wanted. She needs to feel chosen. Bob, whatever his intentions, was present and attentive and made her feel that her wanting of a conventional domestic life was being reciprocated. That was enough in the short term to make her content. The marriage to Troy McClure is different and in some ways more interesting, because Troy McClure is a different kind of sad case than Bob. Troy's personal life, and specifically his inability to engage in conventional romantic relationships, has been the subject of Springfield gossip for years before he marries Selma. The marriage is explicitly presented in the episode A Fish Called Selma as a career move for Troy. He needs the appearance of conventional domesticity to rehabilitate his public image and restart his flagging career. And Selma accepts this arrangement with a clear-eyed awareness that the marriage is not what it appears, an awareness that the episode depicts with considerable sympathy for both parties. What is interesting about the Troy McClure marriage is that it almost works. The arrangement is cynical, but the relationship that develops within it has a kind of warmth that neither party expected. Troy is kind to Selma in the ways that he can be. He is grateful to her. He treats her decency, if not passion. And Selma, who has been treated with considerably less kindness by men who are making no false promises, finds something valuable in the arrangement: the respectful attention of a man who, whatever his limitations, is consistently present and consistently grateful. The reason the marriage ultimately fails is not the unconventional nature of the arrangement. It fails because Troy wants a child to complete the domestic picture, and Selma, honest about what the arrangement actually is, does not want to bring a child into it. This is Selma at her most admirable, choosing honesty over the conventional shape of domestic life that she has spent her entire adult life seeking. She knows that a child deserves more than the arrangement she has with Troy, and she declines to sacrifice the child's well-being for the completion of her own domestic fantasy. This moment is one of the show's quietest and most dignified character moments, and it passes almost without notice because it is embedded in an episode that is primarily played for comedy. But it is there, and it reveals a Selma who is more clear-eyed about her own situation than almost any reading of her character would suggest. The marriages are Selma's recurring experiment with the same hypothesis, that the conventional shape of domestic life, the husband, the household, the recognizable arrangement, can be found if she keeps trying. Each marriage tests a different variant of the hypothesis and fails in a slightly different way. And each failure sends her back to the apartment she shares with Patty, where the hypothesis is suspended, where the experiment goes on hold, where Selma is simply herself rather than someone's wife, someone's domestic partner, someone's attempt at normalcy. The apartment is not a consolation prize. It is, in the end, the most stable and meaningful relationship in Selma's life. And the show knows this, even as it plays the cycling marriages for comedy. The return to the apartment is always, underneath the comedy, a homecoming. Extended exploration. Section 5. Ned Flanders. The psychology of performed goodness. The deeper you look at Ned Flanders, the more the cheerful surface resolves into something considerably more complicated. We have established the basic framework. Ned's goodness was conditioned into him through childhood behavioral modification. His patience and generosity and faith are not natural virtue, but the product of a therapeutic intervention that suppressed his natural emotional responses and replaced them with socially approved behaviors. The man we see in every episode is a performance, however sincere, of a self that was constructed rather than grown. But this framework, as clarifying as it is, raises more questions than it answers. The most important of these questions is, does Ned know? Does Ned Flanders know that his goodness is conditioned rather than natural? Does he know that the patience he displays in the face of Homer's provocations is not spiritual grace, but the residual effect of a therapeutic program he underwent as a child? Does he know that the anger he suppresses in every episode is not simply a temptation that faith helps him resist, but a deeply natural response that was systematically eliminated from his behavioral repertoire before he was old enough to give consent? The episode Hurricane Nettie suggests that, at some level, Ned does know, or at least that the knowledge is present somewhere in his system, even if it is not consciously integrated. The breakdown is not the behavior of someone who is surprised by the anger that emerges. It is the behavior of someone who has been managing something for a very long time and who is simply no longer able to continue managing it in this particular moment. The anger was always there. The breakdown reveals that Ned has always been aware on some level of its presence. He has simply been successful until this moment at keeping it contained. The containing itself is what makes Ned's character so complicated. Because containing intense negative emotion requires effort. It requires constant, ongoing effort. It requires a psychological maintenance practice that is invisible from the outside, but that is consuming resources from the inside. Every time Ned responds with patience to Homer's provocations, something in him is working. Every time he smiles through a situation that would make a less conditioned person furious, the smile is not free. It costs something. And the question of where those costs accumulate, what happens to the suppressed anger over the course of decades, is one that Hurricane Nettie gestures toward without fully answering. The answer the show implies is faith. Ned's religious practice is the outlet for the emotion that a conditioning suppressed. Prayer is where the anger goes. Church is where the frustration is metabolized. The relationship with God is the one relationship in Ned's life that can absorb everything that his conditioning does not permit him to express elsewhere. In his prayers, presumably, Ned can be honest in ways he cannot be in the rest of his life. He can bring the accumulated weight of every smile he did not fully mean, every patient response he found difficult to produce, every moment of genuine human anger that he was not permitted to express. This reading of Ned's faith, as a psychological necessity rather than simply a doctrinal commitment, makes his religiosity feel considerably less cliched and considerably more human than the surface treatment suggests. Ned is not just a pious Christian neighbor who provides comic contrast to Homer's dissolute lifestyle. He is a man whose psychological survival depends on his faith in a way that is specific and real and the direct result of what was done to him in childhood. Take away his faith, and you do not simply get a less devout Ned. You get a Ned who has no outlet at all. You get the breakdown without the recovery. But then there's the God problem, and it is, in the context of this analysis, genuinely unsettling. The show has depicted God directly on multiple occasions. God appears in the episode Homer the Heretic and speaks to Homer. God appears in Thank God It's Doomsday and interacts with Homer again. In the show's universe, God is not simply a matter of faith. God is a factual entity who has been directly observed and interacted with by at least one Springfield resident. And that resident is Homer Simpson, not Ned Flanders. Homer, who sleeps through church services, who once declared himself too lazy to go to church and decided to worship God his own way, which involved a lot of watching football and eating bacon. Who is so obviously and comprehensively unreligious that his wife was concerned enough about his soul to organize a neighborhood intervention. Homer has met God. Homer has talked to God. Homer has a personal relationship with the divine that Ned, who has devoted his entire life to religious practice, who reads the Bible daily, who prays constantly and sincerely and with total commitment, Ned has never experienced. God speaks to Homer. God ignores Ned. This is not, in the show's own internal logic, a matter of interpretation. It is canonical. God is real and accessible within Springfield's universe, and God has chosen Homer over Ned as the recipient of divine communication. The theological implications of this, within the show's own stated facts, are either darkly funny or genuinely disturbing depending on how you look at them. The most morally upright person in Springfield is passed over for divine favor in favor of the most obviously morally compromised one. The person who has dedicated their life to deserving divine attention receives none, while the person who makes no effort to deserve it receives a personal visit. If you read this as satire, as a comment on the arbitrary nature of divine grace in Christian theology, or on the gap between religious effort and religious experience, it is extremely pointed and probably intentional. If you read it as a genuine statement about Ned's interior experience, what it must feel like from inside Ned's psychology to know that your irreligious neighbor has conversations with God while your own prayers are met with silence. It is one of the saddest details the show has ever introduced. Ned prays. Ned has always prayed, and the silence that comes back is not answered by his faith. His faith simply incorporates the silence, absorbs it, finds a way to make peace with a God who seems to have other priorities. That accommodation, the way Ned's faith continues to function in the absence of the validation that Homer receives without asking for it, is either the most noble thing about him or the most tragic, and the show allows it to be both. Extended exploration. Section 6. The Krusty Paradox. Expanded Krusty. The clown occupies a unique and underexamined position in the Simpsons universe. He is simultaneously one of the show's most beloved recurring characters and one of its most consistently broken ones. His public persona, the manic, audience-engaging children's entertainer, who has been Springfield's dominant local television personality for decades, is so thoroughly at odds with his private reality that the gap between them constitutes one of the show's deepest ongoing mysteries. The Private Krusty is a man with a gambling addiction, substance dependencies, an estranged daughter, a complicated relationship with his rabbi father, and a comprehensive cynicism about the entertainment industry that he has spent his entire adult life in. He is a man who does not particularly like children, but whose livelihood depends on performing affection for them. He is a man whose health has been seriously compromised by decades of smoking, unhealthy living, and stress. He is a man who has been to prison, who has faced federal investigation, who has been on the run, who has faked his own death, and yet every morning, or every afternoon, or whenever the fictional broadcast schedule of his show requires it, Krusty puts on the makeup and the fright wig and the enormous shoes and goes in front of the cameras and performs the enthusiasm and the warmth and the genuine connection with his audience that has made him the dominant entertainer of Springfield's children for decades. The question worth asking is, how? How does a man this broken, this cynical, this thoroughly exhausted by the life he has built for himself, produce a television performance compelling enough to have sustained an audience for 30-plus years? The answer the show implies through various glimpses of Krusty in actual performance mode is that the performance is real. Not that the warmth is genuine in the sense of reflecting Krusty's actual emotional state, but that the performance itself is authentic. That when Krusty is in front of a camera and an audience, something genuine activates in him that is not present anywhere else in his life. The comedy is real. The timing is real. The specific magic that makes a clown work, the combination of energy and timing, and the ability to enter into the particular intimacy that live comedy requires, this Krusty actually has. He has always had it. It is the one thing in his life that has not failed him, even as everything else has. This is the paradox at the center of Krusty. The performance is the realest thing about him. Everything else, the relationships, the family, the religion, the business dealings, has been defined by failure and disappointment and bad faith. But the clown, when he performs, is actually there. The audience is actually reached. The comedy actually works. And the gap between this authentic performing self and the exhausted, compromised private self is so vast that Krusty has apparently concluded that the private self is the one that is fake. Krusty the Clown is not a persona that Herschel Schmoikel Krustofsky adopted to escape his private life. Krusty the Clown is the person he actually is. Herschel Schmoikel Krustofsky is the persona, the identity he has when he is not performing, the face he wears in the spaces between shows, the self that has failed at everything that Krusty has succeeded at. The show has never quite stated this, but the evidence for it is substantial across decades of Krusty episodes. Every time we see Krusty in non-performing mode, he is diminished. Every time we see him in performance mode, something brightens. He is genuinely and completely the clown. The rest is costume. Extended Exploration. Section 7. Springfield Elementary's Hidden History. Principal Skinner, or rather Armin Tamzorian, who has been living as Principal Skinner for 2 decades, is the most visible symptom of Springfield Elementary's underlying pathology. But the school's institutional dysfunction runs considerably deeper than the question of who is actually running it. Springfield Elementary has been underfunded for the entire run of the show. This is treated as a given, as part of the background conditions of Springfield's civic life. But the specific mechanisms of the school's underfunding and the specific ways that underfunding manifests in the school's daily operations and in the education its students receive are worth examining carefully because they tell a story about institutional failure that goes beyond simple budget problems. The school's curriculum is notably inconsistent. In episodes that focus on Springfield Elementary's academic program, the education on offer ranges from reasonably adequate. Lisa's classroom, under competent teachers, provides genuine intellectual content, to actively terrible. The episode Bart Gets an F depicts a grading system and academic environment that has clearly failed Bart in ways that precede his own oppositional behavior. The inconsistency itself is telling. A school with consistent funding and consistent leadership produces consistent educational experiences across its student body. A school with institutional instability produces exactly the kind of wildly variable educational experience that Springfield Elementary provides. The teachers are another source of mystery. Miss Hoover, Lisa's perpetual 4th grade teacher, is depicted across multiple episodes as severely burned out. A teacher who has stopped engaging with her work in any meaningful way, who reads newspapers during class, who shows films instead of teaching, who handles classroom management with the minimal energy of someone who has decided that survival is the best available outcome. And yet, Miss Hoover is also, in moments that the show provides with notable frequency, capable of genuine engagement with exceptional students. When Lisa presents something genuinely interesting, Miss Hoover sometimes responds with real intelligence and real interest. The burnout is not total. There is something still functioning in there that occasionally activates when the situation warrants it. This is not an unusual pattern in real teachers who have been in under-resourced schools for too long. The burnout is protective. The withdrawal is adaptive. When you cannot provide consistently excellent education because the system around you does not support it, the options are to be perpetually frustrated by the gap between what you could do and what you are able to do, or to withdraw to a sustainable level of engagement that allows you to continue functioning. Miss Hoover chose a second path. The show depicts this accurately, even as it plays it for comedy. Then there is groundskeeper Willie, whose relationship with the school is one of the show's most sustained and under-examined character studies. Willie is the school's maintenance worker, caretaker, and general factotum. A Scottish immigrant who has apparently been working at Springfield Elementary for the duration of the show's run, and who has, through sheer tenacity, survived everything the school has thrown at him. He lives on school grounds, in a shed that the school provides as part of his compensation. He is, in a sense, the most permanently attached person in the entire institution, more thoroughly embedded in Springfield Elementary than any teacher or administrator, because while teachers come and go and principals are occasionally revealed to be imposters, Willie is always there. Willie's attachment to the school, which comes up occasionally in episodes that give him more than a few lines, is depicted as genuine and somewhat mysterious. Why would someone with Willie's evident competence and physical capability? He is extraordinarily strong, frequently depicted as capable of feats of physical strength that border on the superhuman. Remain in a maintenance job at an underfunded elementary school? What keeps him there? The show's answer, when it addresses the question at all, is something between habit and belonging. Willie has been at Springfield Elementary long enough that it has become the container of his identity. He has no other home. He has no other community. The school, for all its dysfunction, is where he exists. This makes Willie, quietly, one of the most poignant figures in the Springfield institutional landscape. He is a man who has organized his entire life around an institution that would barely notice his absence, that pays him inadequately, that provides him with the most minimal of accommodations, and that has never, in any episode, indicated that it values him as anything other than a person who can be shouted at and mocked. And he stays. Because where would he go? The school's relationship with its students is, of course, the central mystery. Springfield Elementary is supposed to be educating the next generation of Springfield's residents. It is doing this with some success. Lisa is genuinely extraordinarily well educated, in large part through her own self-directed learning, but also through the school's resources when those resources are functional. But it is also producing, in Bart and in the many other students whose educational outcomes are depicted across the show's run, a generation of people who are ill-equipped for the challenges of adult life in ways that will perpetuate Springfield's dysfunction into the next generation. This is not an accident. This is what happens when you chronically underfund a public school in a community whose primary employer has every incentive to maintain a workforce that is compliant and insufficiently educated to understand its own exploitation. The school's failures are not incidental to Burns's economic control of Springfield. They are integral to it. Extended Exploration, Section 8, APU's Deep Mystery. There is a version of the Apu question that is only about representation and cultural stereotyping. And that version of the question has been discussed extensively and is not what we are here to explore tonight. What we are here to explore is the deeper mystery of Apu Nahasa Pimapetalon as a character within the show's fictional universe. What he knows, what he has seen, what he is not saying. Apu has been behind the counter of the Quick E-Mart for the entire run of the show. He has been there every night. He has been there when the town is at its quietest and when it is at its most chaotic. He has been present for events that have happened in and around the Quick E-Mart with a frequency that no single location outside of the Simpson house has matched. He is, in a very literal sense, Springfield's most consistent witness, and he says almost nothing about what he has seen. Apu is extraordinarily educated. He has a doctorate in computer science from a prestigious university. He is clearly intelligent in ways that his professional situation does not require. He runs his business with a precision and efficiency that are unusual for any retail operation, and genuinely remarkable for a store that gets robbed as frequently as the Quick E-Mart. He manages his inventory, his finances, his staff hours, and his personal life with a competence that stands in sharp contrast to the general, chaotic dysfunction of Springfield's other institutions. This competence is interesting in the context of what Apu presumably observes from behind his counter. He sees who buys what. He sees who comes in at what hours. He knows the purchasing patterns of Springfield's residents. He knows who buys cigarettes at 2 in the morning and who buys alcohol before noon, and who buys the specific combination of items that suggest the kind of domestic situation that people prefer not to discuss directly. Apu has been the passive recipient of more of Springfield's private information than almost any other character. He is the confessor of the convenience store, the figure to whom people reveal themselves not through what they say, but through what they purchase and when they purchase it. And Apu, who is clearly intelligent enough to read this information, who has been reading it for decades, does not appear to have done anything with it. Why? The show's surface answer is that Apu is simply a good businessman and a decent person who does not traffic in his customers' private information. And this is certainly part of the answer. But the deeper answer might be that Apu has calculated, very early in his time in Springfield, that the possession of too much knowledge in Springfield is not an asset. It is a liability. Springfield, as we have established, is a community that has systematically expelled anyone who threatened the agreed-upon version of reality. The man who knew too much about the power plant got quietly fired. The teacher who engaged too directly with the reality of the students' situations got transferred. The journalist who got too close to something significant dropped the story. People who know too much in Springfield do not thrive. They either choose not to speak, or they find themselves, like the real Seymour Skinner, tied to a train and exiled from the community. Pooh, brilliant and observant and thoroughly aware of how Springfield works, has made a rational choice. He knows. He sees. He processes. And he says, to the best of his ability, nothing that would make his knowledge visible to the people who would find it threatening. This is the deepest mystery of Apu Nahasa Pima Petalon. Not what he knows, though what he knows is interesting. What he knows can be inferred from his position and his intelligence and the decades of observation his position has provided him. The deeper mystery is what it costs to know what he knows and say what he says. What it costs to be that intelligent in that community and choose that silence every day. Extended exploration. Section 9. The Treehouse of Horror as Confession. The Treehouse of Horror annual anthology specials have been a feature of The Simpsons since the second season, and they are almost always treated as the show's opportunity to set aside its normal rules and tell stories that the regular format cannot accommodate. Horror stories, genre parodies, tales involving death and violence that the regular show would have to treat more carefully. The Halloween episodes are the show's safety valve, the space where the things that cannot be said in the main canon can be said under the protective cover of, "It's just a Halloween special, none of this is canonical." But the Treehouse of Horror specials are more interesting than this framing suggests. Because the things that the Halloween specials are allowed to say, the themes they are allowed to explore, the specific areas of Springfield's reality they are allowed to make explicit, these are not random. They are the specific areas that the regular show circles without landing on. The Halloween specials are not simply genre exercises. They are the places where the regular show's buried material surfaces. Consider the frequency with which the Halloween specials address the specific horror of being trapped, of being unable to escape, of being caught in a loop from which there is no exit. These themes appear in Treehouse of Horror episodes with a consistency that goes well beyond random thematic sampling. The show returns to the horror of entrapment with particular frequency, and the entrapment it depicts is often specifically the entrapment of domestic life, of the family unit, of the specific rhythms of existence that the regular show presents as comforting. In the regular show, the fact that the Simpsons never age, never fundamentally change, never move on from Evergreen Terrace is presented as the show's continuity premise, a neutral fact about the format rather than a statement about the character's experience. In the Halloween specials, the same fact is sometimes presented as horror. Characters become aware of their entrapment. They try to escape. The escape fails. The loop reasserts itself. This is the Treehouse of Horror specials as the show's unconscious, the space where what is suppressed in the normal narrative returns in distorted form. The horror of the Halloween episodes is not unrelated to the content of the regular show. It is the same content processed through a different emotional register. The warmth of the domestic loop becomes, in horror mode, the cold terror of the inescapable loop. The comfort of familiar characters in familiar situations becomes, in horror mode, the unease of characters who cannot change or grow or escape regardless of how much they want to. There are specific Treehouse of Horror segments that function as particularly direct confessions of the regular show's suppressed material. The segment in which Homer becomes a Jack the Ripper figure, driven by compulsions he cannot control, operating in a domestic setting that has become the site of violence. This is not simply a horror parody. It is a dark mirror of the regular show's depiction of Homer's impulsive, occasionally destructive relationship with his own household. The segment in which the family discovers that their house is a demonic entity that has been consuming their happiness for years. Again, not simply horror for horror's sake. The house that sustains you is also the house that traps you. The domestic space that gives your life its shape is also the domestic space that takes other shapes away. The Treehouse of Horror specials are the show's most honest text, precisely because they are the text the show is least expected to take seriously. They are the place where the horror of Springfield, the radiation, the corporate capture, the institutional dysfunction, the impossibility of escape can be shown directly without the comedy buffer, without the reset button, without the consoling ending that the regular format requires. And then every year, the Halloween special ends and the regular show resumes and Springfield returns to its comfortable loop. And the things the Halloween special showed, you are absorbed back into the ambient background of the regular town, present but no longer screaming. Extended exploration. Section 10. Marge's interior world. In everything we've said about Marge Simpson, there is something we have circled without quite landing on, and it is the most important thing. It is the question of what Marge wants. Not what Marge wants from Homer, or from the marriage, or from her children. Not the specific desires that various episodes address, the desire for creative expression, the desire for professional respect, the desire for a partnership rather than a management role in the family's domestic life. The deeper question, the question of what Marge would want if she were simply allowed to want, without reference to the family's needs, or the episode's narrative requirements, or the show's need for a stable emotional center. The show has given us glimpses. The painting is one. The episode Brush with Greatness shows Marge discovering that she has real talent as a visual artist, and that this talent is connected to something in her interior life that the rest of her existence does not address. She paints Homer in a way that is simultaneously unflattering and deeply loving. A portrait that tells the truth about what she sees when she looks at him, which includes both his absurdity and her real feeling for him. The painting is honest in a way that very few things in Marge's life are permitted to be. The painting is also ultimately put away, not in that episode, but in the trajectory of the show. Marge's artistic practice is one of the many things about her that the show establishes and then does not develop. She has the talent. She uses it occasionally in episodes that require it, but she is not a painter the way Lisa is a musician, as a sustained and central part of her identity. She is a painter the way she is a great many other things, potentially intermittently when the episode requires it. What is behind the pattern of Marge's potential? Why does the show establish her capacities repeatedly and then set them aside? The narrative answer is that the show needs Marge to be available for the family, and pursuing any of her potentials in a sustained way would make her less available. The psychological answer, within the logic of the character, is that Marge has learned to calibrate her own ambitions to what the situation around her can accommodate. She has spent 36 years being the person who makes the family work. She has become expert at reading what the family needs and providing it. And what the family needs most of the time is not Marge the painter, or Marge the professional, or Marge the person whose desires have equal weight with everyone else's. What the family needs is the Marge who holds everything together. This calibration is not resentment. It would be easy to read Marge's self-suppression as resentment. As a woman who has sacrificed her potential on the altar of her family's dysfunction and is, somewhere deep underneath the patience, furious about it. But the show is careful not to reduce Marge to this reading, and the care is evident and earned. Marge's love for her family is real. Her investment in their well-being is genuine. The choice she makes, repeatedly and apparently consciously, to prioritize their needs over her own development is not simply a capitulation to structural pressure. It is an expression of something she actually values. The tragedy of Marge, if it is a tragedy, is not that she chose the family over herself. It is that the choice was never really presented to her as a choice in the first place. She stepped into the role of the person who holds everything together so early, so naturally, so in accordance with the expectations of everyone around her that it was never experienced as a sacrifice. It was just the shape of her life. And by the time she is old enough to understand that a different shape was possible, the life she has built around the current shape is real and valuable and populated by people she actually loves. The window is never fully closed. That is what keeps the Marge mystery alive across all 36 years. There are still glimpses. The painting still exists somewhere. The person who could have pursued a different life is still visible, occasionally, in the person who pursues this one. And the question of what Marge is keeping for herself, what she maintains in the space behind the patience and the competence and the being the foundation, is the question the show cannot and will not answer, because answering it would change Marge from the foundation into a subject. And the foundation is what the story requires. But the subject is there. She has always been there. She is painting something somewhere that nobody has asked to see yet. Extended Exploration. Section 11. The Visitors in the Town. The single-episode characters who come to Springfield and leave, the investigators and reformers and experts and authority figures who arrive with the capacity to change things and depart, having changed nothing, deserve one more pass before we close. Because there is a pattern in how Springfield handles these visitors that tells us something essential about the town's self-protective mechanisms. The pattern is this. The visitor arrives with something real authority, real knowledge, real capability to address what is wrong. The town engages with the visitor, sometimes enthusiastically, sometimes with resistance, sometimes with apparent cooperation. The visitor makes progress. Things appear to be improving. And then, through mechanisms that are often presented as comic, but are functionally consistent with a community defending its own dysfunction, the visitor is neutralized. Their authority is undermined. Their knowledge is discredited. Their capability is redirected towards something other than the actual problem, and Springfield returns to normal. This pattern is not unique to Springfield. It is recognizable as the pattern of real communities resisting external intervention, of institutions defending themselves against accountability, of systems maintaining their equilibrium against forces that would destabilize it. The show depicts it with the precision of long observation and a comprehensive understanding of how these dynamics actually work. What is interesting about Springfield's version of the pattern is who specifically participates in the neutralization of visitors. It is not just the obvious power figures, Burns, Quimby, the institutional heavyweights whose interests are directly threatened. It is the whole community. The ordinary residents of Springfield participate in the neutralization of anyone who comes to actually fix things. Not because they are corrupt in the way Burns is corrupt, but because the fixing would require a confrontation with the reality of Springfield that the community has collectively decided not to have. This is the community as organism, protecting itself not from outside threats, but from the truth about its own condition. The visitors are not defeated by the powerful. They are absorbed and neutralized by the general population, by the same collective denial that maintains the agreed-upon version of reality, by the same social contract that makes it illegal to mention Armin Tamzarian. Springfield does not resist change because change is threatening in the abstract. Springfield resists change because change would require the community to acknowledge what needs changing. And what needs changing is the entire foundation of the community's current arrangement. You cannot fix the school without confronting the power plant. You cannot fix the power plant without confronting Burns. You cannot confront Burns without confronting the economic structure of the entire town. And the entire town's economic structure is the only thing keeping the entire town alive. The visitors represent the outside world's belief that specific problems can be addressed without addressing the whole. Springfield's response, every time consistently across decades of episodes, is to demonstrate that they cannot. You cannot fix the school without fixing the power plant. You cannot fix the power plant without fixing the economic structure. The problems are not separate. They are expressions of the same underlying condition. And the underlying condition is not addressable by any single intervention because it is the town's entire way of existing. This is possibly the most sophisticated political observation the show makes, buried as it always is in comedy and treated as background rather than foreground. The single episode visitors are not failures. They are the show's method of demonstrating, over and over, that the specific kind of dysfunction Springfield has produced is not addressable by the tools the outside world has for addressing community dysfunction. Something more fundamental would be required. Something the show cannot and will not propose because proposing it would require ending the loop, and ending the loop would end the show. So instead the visitors come and go, and Springfield continues, and the loop turns. And another visitor arrives next season full of hope and confidence in the specific energy of someone who has not yet understood what they are dealing with. And the cycle begins again. Extended Exploration, Section 12, the final mystery. Here at the very end of our time in Springfield, there is one final mystery that we have not addressed directly, and it is the simplest and the most enduring of all of them. Why do we love it? Not why do we watch it? The watching has explanations. Habit, nostalgia, the specific pleasure of returning to familiar characters in a familiar setting, the comedy, the craft, the occasional episode that achieves something genuinely extraordinary. These are all real explanations for continued watching. The question is the love. The specific quality of attachment that Simpsons fans, and by Simpsons fans, I mean the hundreds of millions of people who have watched the show, whose lives have been touched by it in ways large and small, who can quote specific episodes from memory, the way other people quote scripture or poetry or their parents' most repeated advice. The attachment that these people feel towards Springfield and the Simpson family is not adequately explained by any of the rational accounts of why a television show succeeds. It is not the animation, which has been technically superseded many times over. It is not the comedy, which is excellent, but not uniquely so among the many excellent comedies that have come and gone without inspiring this level of attachment. It is not the characters who are deliberately flawed and frequently frustrating and who have, over 36 years, done enough terrible things to each other and to the people around them to justify considerable ambivalence. The love is for something underneath all of these things. Something that the show has been consistently providing for 36 years without ever quite being able to name it or claim credit for it. Something that the various theories we have spent 4 hours exploring each gesture toward from different angles without fully capturing. The love is for the keeping. The show keeps things. It keeps the family together. It keeps the house standing. It keeps the characters essentially themselves, even as the world around them changes beyond recognition. It keeps Homer coming home and Marge waiting and Bart and Lisa asking questions that nobody wants to answer. It keeps the couch available and the television on and the ordinary rituals of domestic life cycling through their familiar patterns. In a world that keeps everything moving, that ages everything and changes everything and loses everything eventually, The Simpsons keeps things. It holds on to them with a persistence that is, in a very real sense, impossible. And it uses that impossible persistence to provide something, nothing, that very few things in the world can provide. You cannot go home again, the saying goes. The home you remember is gone. The people in it are older or gone. The specific quality of experience that made home home. That particular combination of sensory and emotional memory, that irreducible feeling of being somewhere that holds you, is not accessible after a certain point in life except in memory. And memory is unreliable and subject to the distortions of time and grief and the general erosion of specificity that happens to everything as it recedes into the past. The Simpsons gives you a home that does not recede. A home that is always contemporary, always present, always available. The specific quality of the house on Evergreen Terrace, the colors, the layout, the specific way light falls in the kitchen, the specific quality of noise and warmth and chaos that constitutes family life in that house is preserved with a fidelity that no real home can match, because real homes change and the people in them change, and the moments that made them home are permanently in the past. Springfield is the past that is always present. The family that never grows up is also the family that never goes away. The couch that you sat on as a child watching the first episode is still the couch in the show, even though the physical couch is gone. The version of yourself that first encountered this world is still available to you through the access point of the show's continued presence, in a way that is not available through any other mechanism. This is what the loop is for. Not for Burns's convenience or the mob's stability or the institutional dysfunction of Springfield's various failing institutions. The loop is for this. The loop is the shape that memory takes when it wants to remain permanently available. The loop is the show keeping its promise every week for 36 years. We will still be here. The family will still be together. The house will still be standing. You can come back. We built the loop. We built it through attention and affection and the specific devotion that repeated watching generates. And in building it, we built something strange and impossible and genuinely beautiful. A home that cannot age, a family that cannot leave, a town that cannot be found on any map because it exists only in the collective memory of the hundreds of millions of people who have made it part of how they understand the world. That is Springfield. That is the show. That is the whole of it, all the mysteries and the darkness and the love and the loop, assembled into one impossible place that you already know and will always know, because it is the town you live in whenever you close your eyes and let it come. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. End of script. 4 hours of unsolved Simpsons mysteries. To fall asleep. Deep dive. The Burns. Empire. What 1 century of monopoly actually looks like. There's a version of Springfield's history that the show has never told directly, but which is implied by every piece of evidence about Mr. Burns across the entire run of the series. It is the history of what happens to a community when a single individual controls its primary economic engine for longer than any of the community's other institutions have existed. Burns has been running the Springfield nuclear power plant for decades. This much is canonical, but the implications of this tenure, the specific ways that a century of unchallenged economic dominance reshapes the institutions around it, the specific pathologies it produces in the population that depends on it, are worth working through carefully because they give Springfield's various mysteries a coherence that no single theory can provide on its own. Start with the labor market. The power plant is one of Springfield's primary employers. This is established early and consistently across the show's run. The plant employs hundreds of workers, including Homer, who occupies the somewhat paradoxical role of safety inspector, despite being arguably the least qualified person in Springfield for any role that involves safety. The plant's employment represents a substantial fraction of Springfield's working adult population, which means that a substantial fraction of Springfield's households are economically dependent on Burns's decisions. This dependency is not incidental to the show's setup. It is the foundation of Burns's power in a way that the more theatrical aspects of his villainy, the schemes, the machinations, the occasional literal blocking of the sun, actually obscure. Burns doesn't primarily control Springfield through schemes. He controls it through payroll. Every week, a significant portion of Springfield's adults go to work at his plant, earn wages that pay for the houses and the food and the children's education and the car payments and the beer, and return home dependent on those wages continuing. The scheme of the week is the entertainment. The payroll is the actual mechanism of control. What does a century of payroll dependency do to a community? It does several things, all of them visible in Springfield if you know to look for them. It makes the community risk-averse in relation to the primary employer. People who depend on wages do not threaten the source of those wages. They do not organize against it, do not challenge it, do not engage in civic activities that would endanger the arrangement. This is true of individual workers, and it is true of the community's collective institutions, the schools, the churches, the civic organizations, the local government. None of these institutions can afford to meaningfully challenge Burns, because challenging Burns would mean challenging the economic basis of the community's existence. This is not a theory. This is visible in the show. Episode after episode depicts situations where Burns's behavior should provoke genuine civic response. The safety violations, the environmental contamination, the labor practices, the political manipulation, and receives instead a response calibrated to the minimum level of protest that social norms require without actually threatening the underlying arrangement. Springfield holds a meeting. People express frustration. Burns makes a token concession or simply ignores the protest. Life returns to normal. The arrangement continues. The plant's safety record is the most visible expression of this dynamic. We have established in our earlier discussions the extraordinary scope of the plant's safety violations. 342 documented violations, radioactive waste in the water supply, structural failures that have been addressed with chewing gum, human skeletons in the basement. Any one of these violations in a community with normal institutional responses to institutional malfeasance would trigger regulatory action, legal liability, and political accountability. The fact that none of them has resulted in the plant's closure or Burns's prosecution is not explained by the corruption of any single official, though the corruption of officials certainly plays a role. It is explained by the community's comprehensive, collective, economically rational decision not to push far enough to actually threaten the arrangement. The second thing that a century of payroll dependency does to a community is flatten its economic imagination. Springfield has a remarkable poverty of economic diversity. The show has depicted various small businesses, Moe's Tavern, the Quickie Mart, the B-Sharp's various professional activities, the temporary enterprises that Homer perpetually launches and abandons. But the economic base of Springfield is the power plant. There is no significant manufacturing sector independent of Burns. There is no significant technology sector. There is no entrepreneurial ecosystem. There is the plant, and there are the businesses that serve the people who work at the plant, and that is essentially the economy. This is the economic structure of a company town, and company towns produce specific cultural formations that are visible in Springfield. The limited imagination about what work could be. The limited aspiration toward economic alternatives. The specific fatalism that comes from living in a community where economic options are constrained and where questioning that constraint is itself economically dangerous. Homer's perpetual willingness to return to a job he dislikes, performed for a man who cannot remember his name, is not just a character trait. It is the economic psychology of someone who has never had a genuine alternative and who has learned to make peace with the absence of alternatives rather than expend energy pursuing what does not exist. The third thing that a century of payroll dependency does is give the employer a level of social control that goes well beyond the formal employment relationship. Burns knows things about Springfield's residents that their employers have no right to know, but that a century of economic dominance makes naturally available. He knows who is in debt and to whom. He knows who has made deals with whom. He knows whose employment at the plant is the only thing standing between their family and genuine destitution. This knowledge is not something Burns necessarily needs to use actively to maintain control. Its existence in the background of every relationship is sufficient. People behave differently when they know that their employer knows their vulnerabilities. The behavior modification is passive and pervasive and does not require Burns to do anything at all. The specific case of Homer is the most intimate expression of this dynamic. Burns's deal with Grandpa Simpson, the arrangement that guarantees Homer's employment regardless of his performance in exchange for Grandpa's silence about a crime, is not simply a private arrangement between two individuals. It is the plant's owner using the economic dependency he has created to manage the family of a worker whose mother threatened his interests. The arrangement is personal and institutional simultaneously. It treats Homer as a managed resource rather than a person. And it works precisely because the economic vulnerability of Homer's family is real. And Burns's ability to exploit that vulnerability is based on the same payroll dependency that binds all of Springfield. Homer has never been free in his professional life. He entered the plant through an arrangement made by his grandfather on his behalf before Homer was old enough to make his own employment decisions. He has stayed at the plant through a combination of economic necessity, cognitive limitation, and the specific kind of institutional inertia that results from never having been forced to imagine an alternative. And the man who holds him in place is the man who made his childhood the thing it was, who drove his mother away, who broke his family, who created the specific emotional and cognitive damage that makes Homer the perfect plant employee. This is not a coincidence within the show's logic. It is the system working as designed. Burns designed it. The system is functioning correctly. There is one more aspect of the Burns empire that deserves attention before we move on, and it is the question of succession. Burns is old. Burns is very old, older than any human being has any right to be, maintained in his current state by the weekly radiation treatments and the Three Stooges syndrome and the infrastructure of wealth that ensures his survival regardless of what happens to his body. But Burns is not immortal in the absolute sense. He will die, presumably, at some point. The treatments will fail, or the equilibrium will collapse, or some event will occur that the wealth and the infrastructure cannot address. What happens to Springfield when Burns dies? The show has never addressed this, which is itself interesting. A community this thoroughly dependent on a single individual should be preoccupied with the question of what happens when that individual is no longer there. The question of succession, of who controls the plant, who manages the economic relationships, who maintains the various arrangements and deals and silences that keep the system functioning, is the most important civic question Springfield faces. And Springfield is not asking it. This is, in part, the cognitive effect of the radiation, a population that cannot sustain the kind of long-term strategic thinking that succession planning requires. And it is, in part, the psychological protection that denial provides. Not thinking about Burns dying is also not thinking about what Burns's existence means for Springfield's independence and agency. If you face the succession question honestly, you have to face the dependency question. And the dependency question, followed honestly, leads you back to everything Springfield has decided not to think about. So Springfield does not ask. Burns continues. The weekly treatments continue. The payroll continues. The loop turns. And the most important civic question the community faces is the one that nobody in 36 seasons has ever stood up at a town meeting and asked out loud. Deep dive, Lisa Simpson and the weight of knowing. We have talked about Maggie's silence as strategy, Marge's patience as labor, and Homer's limitations as the result of specific injuries and exposures in historical accidents. We have not talked nearly enough about Lisa. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old. She is a jazz saxophonist, a published academic, a consistent intellectual presence in a household whose intellectual center of gravity is located somewhere between Homer's couch and the television. She has an IQ that the show has placed in various high ranges across different episodes, always high enough to mark her as genuinely exceptional by any standard. She reads philosophy for pleasure. She engages with moral questions with a rigor that most adults never develop. She is, by the internal evidence of the show, one of the most intellectually capable people in Springfield, and possibly one of the most intellectually capable people in the country. She is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. And she knows. This is the specific horror of Lisa's situation that the show has always been present to but rarely dwells on. Lisa is intelligent enough to understand the nature of her own entrapment. She is smart enough to see what Springfield is. She is insightful enough to understand the dynamics that maintain it. She is capable enough to know what a different life could look like. And she is 8 years old, in a house with Homer and Marge on Evergreen Terrace, in an impossible town in an unlocatable state, and she will always be 8 years old. And the different life she is capable of imagining will always remain imaginary. The show treats Lisa's intelligence primarily as a personality trait, the thing that makes her different from the rest of the family, the source of her isolation in Springfield, the basis for the particular emotional texture of her episodes. She is the family's conscience. She is the show's moral voice. She asks the questions that nobody else asks and feels the discomfort that nobody else registers. But what is actually going on inside a child who is this intelligent and this trapped? The Lisa episodes that address her emotional experience rather than using her intelligence as an episodic device are the show's most quietly devastating material. The episode Lisa's Substitute, in which Lisa develops an attachment to a substitute teacher who treats her with the intellectual respect that her normal environment never provides, is one of the show's most honest examinations of what it means to be a gifted child in an environment that is not equipped for you. The substitute, Mr. Bergstrom, does not just teach Lisa. He sees her. He responds to who she actually is rather than to the function she serves in the family and the classroom. And when he leaves, as substitutes always leave, Lisa's grief is genuine and specific. She is not just sad that a nice teacher is gone. She is devastated by the recognition that the thing he gave her, the experience of being seen and responded to appropriately, is not normally available to her and may not become reliably available for a very long time. The note that Mr. Bergstrom leaves Lisa at the end of the episode is one of the show's most quoted moments, and it is quoted so often that its specific content sometimes gets lost in the sentiment. He tells her to look inside herself whenever she doubts her worth, because that is where the answer will always be. This is not simply a nice teacher's parting gift. It is a specific piece of instruction about how to survive in an environment that does not provide the validation that Lisa needs. He is, in effect, teaching her to be self-sufficient in her self-regard, because the environment she lives in is not going to provide it. He is equipping her for a specific kind of loneliness. Lisa's relationship with Springfield is the clearest expression of the show's underlying argument about intelligence in an unequal world. Intelligence in Springfield is not an advantage. It is a burden. It does not provide access to better situations or better outcomes. It provides only the ability to understand the situation more clearly than most people do, which is a form of suffering without an obvious corresponding benefit. Lisa knows why the fish have 3 eyes. She knows why the buildings are crumbling and the schools are underfunded and the air tastes the way it does. She knows the mechanisms of the dysfunction. She can name the causes and trace the effects and articulate the entire structure of what is wrong. She is 8 years old. She cannot fix any of it. She can only know it and keep knowing it and carry the knowledge forward into every successive 8-year-old self she will ever be in every episode forever. There is a flash-forward episode, Lisa's Wedding, in which the show briefly permits Lisa to grow up. She is 23, attending a university in England, engaged to be married. The episode is warm and nostalgic and allows Homer to have a moment of genuine sweetness about his daughter's future. It is one of the show's most beloved excursions beyond the floating timeline. And then the episode ends and Lisa is 8 again. The flash forward exists so the show can grieve what it will not allow. Lisa in Lisa's wedding is the person who escaped, who grew, who built a life commensurate with her ability. She exists for one episode and then is taken back. The show looks at the adult Lisa, shows her to us with evident love, and then withdraws her. Here is who she could be. Here is who she will never be in the permanent present of the show's continuity. Here is what the loop costs of all the costs of the loop: Homer's trapped potential, Marge's suppressed selfhood, Bart's frozen rebellion. The cost to Lisa is the one the show seems most aware of. It knows what it is doing when it holds her at 8 forever. It grieves it. It looks at it in flash forward and flash sideways, and in the specific texture of sadness that Lisa episodes so often carry. And then it puts her back in the 4th grade in the saxophone and the moral arguments that nobody around her is equipped to have. Lisa Simpson knows everything worth knowing about Springfield. And she is 8 years old, and she will always be 8 years old. And the knowing will always be exactly as heavy as it is in every episode, without relief, without the growth that would eventually make the knowing something other than a burden. She carries it. She has always carried it. She will always carry it. And she still plays. The saxophone is always there in her room, and when everything else becomes too much to hold, she plays. The music goes somewhere that the intelligence cannot follow. The music does not know that the fish have 3 eyes. The music does not care about the mechanisms of dysfunction or the structure of the loop. The music is just the music, and for as long as it lasts, Lisa is not the family's conscience or the show's moral voice or the trapped genius in an impossible town. She is just the girl with the saxophone, and that is enough. That is always enough. End of full script. 4 hours of unsolved Simpsons mysteries. To fall asleep. Deep dive: Bart Simpson and the performance of rebellion. Bart Simpson is the first character the audience ever met in The Simpsons. Before Homer's nuclear incompetence, before Marge's patient watching, before Lisa's saxophone and Maggie's silence, there was Bart. 10 years old, skateboard in hand, chalkboard sentence in progress. The face that launched 1,000 licensed products and a genuine cultural panic about the direction of American youth in the early 1990s. The panic was interesting and revealing in ways that have aged better than the panic itself. Parents in 1990 were genuinely alarmed by Bart Simpson. They bought t-shirts that said "underachiever" and "proud of it," and wore them to PTA meetings as provocations. They wrote op-eds about the dangerous message his character sent to children. They worried aloud that Bart represented the normalization of disrespect, the celebration of academic failure, the erosion of the values that made families function. These concerns missed the show's actual argument about Bart, which is considerably more interesting and considerably more sympathetic than the surface persona suggests. The show was not celebrating underachievement. It was examining the conditions that produce it and asking questions about what it means that those conditions exist and persist. Bart is not stupid. This is the first and most important thing to understand about him. He is not academically successful, and he is not, by conventional measures, an intellectual, but the intelligence that the show gives him, strategic, social, improvisational, is real and consistently demonstrated. Bart can read a situation faster than almost anyone in Springfield. He understands people, their vulnerabilities, their desires, their points of manipulation, with an accuracy that his sister, for all her abstract intelligence, does not always match. He is funny in ways that require genuine wit. He is brave in ways that require genuine courage. The kind of courage that comes from not fully understanding consequences, yes, but also the kind that comes from deciding the consequences are worth it. The underachievement is a choice, and it is a choice that the show presents as reasonable given the specific circumstances of Bart's educational environment. Springfield Elementary, as we have explored, is an institution that does not know what to do with Bart. His teachers are underprepared for him. His classroom environments are not designed for his particular form of intelligence. The feedback loops that the school provides, grades, advancement, the whole apparatus of academic reward, do not connect to anything Bart values, in part because the school has never made a convincing case for why they should. Bart's rebellion is not simply oppositional. It is responsive. It is the logical response of an intelligent person to a system that has failed to give them a reason to comply. The system says, sit down, be quiet, complete the worksheet, receive the grade. Bart says, give me a reason. The system has no adequate answer because the answer, so you can get into a good college and secure a stable professional future, requires a vision of his own future that Bart, at 10 years old in Springfield, does not have access to. He cannot see the path. The path has not been made visible. And in the absence of a visible path, the worksheet is just a worksheet. What is interesting about Bart's academic situation is that the show has occasionally shown what happens when someone does make the path visible. The substitute teacher in Bart Gets an F creates a situation in which Bart almost passes his history test through genuine effort. The teacher in various other episodes who takes a specific interest in Bart's learning produces results that Bart's regular teachers cannot match. When someone actually engages with Bart as a learner, with his specific intelligence, his specific learning style, his specific need for connection between content and consequence, he responds. Not with instant transformation, but with genuine effort and genuine improvement. The problem is that these teachers are always temporary. The substitute goes back to being a substitute. The visiting expert leaves. The special program ends. And Bart returns to the regular environment that cannot sustain his engagement, and the regular environment reasserts its assessment. Bart is the problem, not the system. This is Springfield Elementary's deepest dysfunction and its most consistent failure. The school keeps the children it cannot reach in the same classrooms with the same methods and the same teachers forever, because changing the approach would require admitting that the current approach is inadequate. And admitting that the approach is inadequate would require allocating resources to develop better approaches. And allocating resources requires money. And money is not available because the school's funding depends on a tax base that is depressed by the economic structure Burns has maintained, which ensures that adequate funding for public education is perpetually unavailable in Springfield. Bart's underachievement is Burns's dividend, not in the sense that Burns planned it specifically, though the mechanisms are specific enough that specific planning is not entirely out of the question, but in the sense that the economic structure Burns maintains produces underfunded schools as a natural output, and underfunded schools produce the Barts of the world as a natural output. And the Barts of the world do not grow up to question the power plant. They grow up to work in it, if they are lucky enough to get the job, or to struggle around its edges, or to drift through a succession of situational opportunities with no long-term strategic framework. Because the educational environment that was supposed to give them such a framework was never adequately funded to do so. The performative aspect of Bart's rebellion is worth dwelling on. Bart is performing. He knows he is performing. The chalkboard sentences, the catchphrases, the systematic provocations of authority figures, these are not the spontaneous expressions of an unbounded id. They are a persona constructed and maintained with considerable craft. Bart is, among his other gifts, a performer. He understands audience, He knows how to generate a reaction. He knows when to push and when to pull back. The rebellion has a shape and a rhythm that is not random. The performance serves multiple functions. It protects him from the specific failure of authentic effort, because if he is not trying, he cannot be failing. It provides him with a social identity that is clear and recognizable and within which he has genuine status. Bart the bad boy, Bart the troublemaker, Bart the one who got away with it. And it gives him a way of existing in Springfield that does not require him to either succeed within the system or acknowledge that success within the system is not possible for him. But the performance is also a trap, because performing rebellion requires you to keep rebelling, even when rebellion is no longer what you want. It requires you to maintain the persona even as the persona starts to feel like a cage. Bart's rebellion is most interesting in the episodes where the performance briefly fails, where something genuine breaks through, where the protective layer of attitude and provocation drops long enough to reveal the kid underneath who wants to be seen and valued and taught by someone who actually understands him. These moments are the show's gift to Bart. The proof that the performance is a performance, that under it there is an actual person with actual desires and actual vulnerabilities and an actual capacity for something beyond the perpetual 10-year-old bad boy that the loop requires him to be. He is still there, the actual Bart, behind the skateboard and the catchphrases. He has been there for 36 years. He will be there in the next episode and the one after. And the gap between who he is and who he performs being, the gap between the kid who could learn and the kid the system has decided cannot, is one of the quiet tragedies at the center of a show that contains many of them. Deep Dive, The Sound of Springfield, What the Music Knows. There is an aspect of The Simpsons that receives almost no attention in the endless discussion of its visual and narrative elements, and that is the show's music. Alf Clausen composed the show's score for the bulk of its run, and the score is, episode by episode, one of the most sophisticated and emotionally intelligent pieces of sustained television composition in American television history. The music does things that the show's other elements cannot do. It knows things about Springfield and about the characters that the visual and narrative layers of the show cannot directly express. The show's main theme is a piece of music so familiar that most people who know it have never actually heard it as music, have never listened to it for its specific qualities, its particular emotional content, its carefully constructed tension and release. Listen to it sometime as music rather than as a signal that the show is starting. There is genuine craft in it. The theme is simultaneously absurd and touching, comic and wistful, energetic and slightly melancholy. It contains the whole of the show's emotional register in miniature. The comedy and the sadness living together, each one making the other possible. The underscore throughout the series serves a similar function. Clausen's scoring consistently acknowledges the emotional reality of scenes that the show's comedy format prevents from being addressed directly. When the music underneath a scene is melancholy, you can feel something sad in a moment that the script is treating as comedy. When the music is warm, you feel the love in a relationship whose surface behavior is entirely about frustration and failure. The music tells you what the scene is actually about. This is particularly true in the Homer and Marge episodes, the ones that address the marriage's recurring struggles. The scoring in these episodes is frequently more romantically earnest than the visual and narrative content would justify. The music is responding to something the episode is not directly showing. The genuine love that underlies the dysfunction, the real warmth that persists through the frustration. When the music is playing what is in effect a love theme during a scene where Homer has done something idiotic and Marge is making a decision about whether to stay, The music is the show's acknowledgement of everything that the comedy prevents from being said directly. Lisa's saxophone is the show's most explicit use of music as emotional language. The saxophone is Lisa's voice in the registers that language cannot reach. It is the place where the specific melancholy of her situation, the intelligence and the isolation and the entrapment in an environment that cannot contain her, goes when it cannot be processed in any other way. The saxophone is Lisa's relationship with her own interior life, the ongoing negotiation between who she is and where she is, the private communication between the trapped person and the person who would exist in a different world. The show's awareness of music as meaning is visible in the episode Homer's Barbershop Quartet, which uses the history of a fictional band to make genuine observations about the creative process, about artistic ambition, and about the specific tragedy of people who make something extraordinary and then watch it drift away from them. The episode is a parody of Beatles mythology, yes, but it is also a meditation on what it means to have had a moment of genuine creative achievement and then had to continue being yourself without the achievement in the same place you were before. Music is what Springfield sounds like when it is being honest. The visual and narrative Springfield is always slightly performing. The comedy, the crisis, the reset, the return to normal. The music playing underneath all of that performance is the thing that is not performing. It is the thing that knows what the performance costs and what it conceals. It is Springfield's true voice speaking in a frequency that the residents cannot quite hear, but that passes through them anyway, leaving something behind. Listen to the music sometime, not as background, as the thing itself. You will find something in it that the show's other elements cannot quite reach. The accumulated sadness of a very funny place, the warmth of a very cold system, the love that persists in spite of everything that threatens it. That is Springfield. That is the whole of it, contained in the music that plays underneath the comedy and the darkness and the loop and the love. That is the final mystery. Not who shot Mr. Burns, not where Springfield is located, not why nobody ages. The final mystery is how something that contains this much darkness and sadness and institutional horror also manages to be, episode after episode for 36 years, genuinely warm. How the same town that is poisoning its residents and suppressing the truth and maintaining the loop through collective denial is also the town where Homer comes home and the family is together. And something that deserves the word love is visibly present in every room. The music knows the answer. It is always known. It plays both things simultaneously, the comedy and the sorrow, the entrapment and the warmth. And it refuses to resolve the tension between them, because the tension is the truth. Springfield is both things. It has always been both things. The darkness and the love are not in conflict. They are the same thing, seen from different angles, heard in different registers, understood by different parts of the same watching, listening self. That is the mystery. That is the answer. That is what 4 hours in Springfield has been working toward, through all the theories and all the evidence and all the careful attention, to the things the show buries under its surface. Springfield is a dark place that is also a home, and the darkness does not cancel the home, and the home does not cancel the darkness. Both are true. Both are always true. The loop turns, and both remain, and the music plays underneath everything, knowing what it knows, saying what the comedy and the darkness cannot quite say directly. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield with me. Go gently into whatever comes next. The mysteries will be here, the music will be here, and somewhere in a house on Evergreen Terrace, on a street that exists everywhere and nowhere, a family is together, and the light is on, and the loop is turning, and everything is exactly as it always has been and always will be. Sleep well. End of complete script. Final meditation. The couch and what it means. Every episode of The Simpsons begins with the same sequence. The camera swoops over Springfield, over the nuclear plant and the elementary school and the quick E-Mart and the gorge and all the impossible geography of that impossible town. And it settles eventually on the house at 742 Evergreen Terrace. And then the family comes home. They come from different directions. Homer from the plant, the children from the school, Marge in the car, and they converge on the couch. And they sit. And the television turns on. And the show begins. This sequence has been playing for 36 years. In every version, in every variant, in every couch gag that subverts the expected resolution, the underlying structure remains the same. The family converges, the couch receives them, the household is together. The sequence has become so familiar that most viewers no longer consciously register it. It is simply the thing that happens before the show starts. It is the ritual whose meaning has been absorbed into automatic recognition. But stop and look at it. Really look at it. The family comes from different places and arrives at the same destination. The house holds them. The couch is there when they arrive. Whatever happened during the day, whatever disaster Homer was involved in, whatever conflict the children navigated, whatever weight Marge has been carrying, when the family arrives at the couch, they are together. That is what the sequence shows you. Every episode, without fail. The couch gags that subvert this, the ones where the couch eats the family, or the family arrives as different characters, or the sequence is transformed into a piece of avant-garde animation. These variations are understood as jokes against the background of the expectation. The expectation is the family on the couch. The variation is funny because it violates that expectation. But the violation only works because the expectation is so thoroughly established, so deeply embedded in what we know a Simpsons episode to be, that any deviation from it registers as a deliberate choice rather than an accident. The couch is the show's thesis statement, repeated at the beginning of every episode. The family comes home. This is what matters. This is what the show is about. All of the darkness and the corruption and the institutional dysfunction and the radiation and the unresolved mysteries. All of it is the context in which this simple fact repeats. The family comes home. There is a reading of Springfield after everything we have explored tonight that sees the town primarily through its darkness. The contamination, the corporate capture, the collective denial, the suppressed inner lives of the people who live there. This reading is supported by extensive canonical evidence, and it is not wrong. Springfield is genuinely dark in the ways this reading identifies. But there's another reading, equally supported by the evidence, that sees Springfield through its warmth. The way the family keeps finding each other, the way the love persists through the dysfunction, the way Homer, for all his failures, keeps coming home. The way Marge, for all the cost of her patience, keeps the door open. The way Bart and Lisa, despite everything, remain siblings in a real sense, arguing and competing and occasionally infuriating each other. And also, underneath all of that, connected in the specific way that only people who grew up in the same house with the same parents in the same impossible town can be connected. Both readings are true. The town is dark and the family is warm. And these two facts coexist because that is how it works in the real world too. Communities can be failing, and families within them can be loving. Institutions can be corrupt, and the people inside them can be genuinely decent. The systems that damage people and the relationships that sustain them exist simultaneously in the same houses, on the same streets, in the same towns. Springfield is not a cautionary tale. It is not a utopia. It is not simply a satirical target. It is a portrait. It is the most sustained portrait of American domestic life ever produced, with all the darkness and all the warmth that portrait requires. And the show's achievement, the thing that makes it genuinely worth 4 hours of careful attention, is that it has never resolved the tension between these two realities into something simpler and more manageable. The darkness and the warmth remain in tension. The critique and the love remain in tension. The loop and the love remain in tension. And in that tension held for 36 years and counting, there is something that deserves a word stronger than entertainment. There is something that deserves the word that we use when we mean the thing that shows us our world honestly and allows us to recognize ourselves in it without either despair or false comfort. Springfield is true in all its impossibility and all its darkness and all its warmth and all its unresolved mysteries. Springfield is true. That is what we found at the end of 4 hours in its streets. That is the answer to every question we asked tonight. Not the radiation theory or the coma theory or the who shot Burns theory. The answer underneath all of those answers, Springfield is true, and the family is on the couch, and the television is on, and the show is beginning again, just like it always does. 4 hours of unsolved Simpsons mysteries. To fall asleep. Complete script. Total runtime, approximately 4 hours at standard narration pace. A note for the narrator. This script is written for a slow, warm, unhurried pace. The sentences are long by design. Let them breathe. Let the pauses between sections be genuine pauses, 5 or 10 seconds of silence, where the listener can absorb what they have just heard before the next thought begins. The best sleep content is not simply quiet. It is content that trusts the listener to be still, that does not rush toward the next beat, that is comfortable with the particular rhythm of a mind that is beginning to let go of the day and drift towards something softer. Read as if you are telling someone a story they already know. Springfield is familiar. The listeners have been there. You are not introducing them to something new. You are taking them somewhere they have been before and helping them settle back into it. That is the specific feeling to aim for. The feeling of coming home to a place you love and have missed. The mystery sections. The specific theories, the canonical evidence, the analysis of character and institution. These should be delivered with the calm certainty of someone who has thought about these things carefully and found them genuinely interesting, not with the urgency of someone trying to sell a conclusion. The conclusion, in every case, is that the mystery remains open. That is not a failure. That is the point. Open mysteries, in the dark, at the end of a long day, are one of the most comfortable things in the world. They give the mind something to do while the body falls asleep. They provide just enough engagement to quiet the day's anxieties without providing enough resolution to keep the listener awake. The mysteries should feel like the right kind of puzzle, interesting to hold, impossible to solve tonight, safe to set down. And when you reach the final lines, the couch, the family, the show beginning again, read them very slowly. These are the lines the listener has been moving toward for 4 hours. Let them arrive. One more thing worth saying before the recording begins. This script was written to be heard in the dark by someone who is ready to sleep, and so it was written with particular attention to the rhythm of sentences in the ear rather than the eye. Some sentences are very long, longer than most written prose would permit, because long sentences delivered slowly are one of the most reliable ways to bring a listener's breathing into alignment with the pace of the narration. The breath slows. The body follows. The mind begins to soften at the edges. This is the goal. Every long sentence is an invitation to breathe along with it. Every paragraph break is a pause. Every section end is a genuine rest. Springfield is a good place to be when you are falling asleep because Springfield never changes. Whatever you carry from today will still be there tomorrow. Tonight, none of it is required. Tonight, you can simply be here in this impossible town, listening to the ongoing mystery of a family that loves each other in a place that should not exist. That is enough. That is more than enough. The couch is waiting.